Welcome to Arkadelphia, Arkansas, to the campus of Henderson State University, to Clydeberry Field, and to a big first game of a three-game set between your Henderson State Reddies and the visitors from Arkansas Monticello's, the Boll Weevils, who come into this one just 1-2. Henderson State will host at 5-1, 3-0 in GAC play, and we are off to an early start here in this one. Scheduled to start this doubleheader at 2 p.m., but we are ahead of schedule. We're going to have first pitch at 1:56 on a glorious early spring afternoon. Not a cloud in the sky, blue skies everywhere you look. First pitch at 1:56, 60 degrees as Austin Cross finds the outside edge for a strike against Cade Thompson, who leads it off and plays second for the Boll Weevils. 1-0 from Cross. Check swing from Thompson, about a 40%er, did not go around. And the count evens 1 ball and 1 strike here in the top of the first batter of the afternoon. Nice pitch by Cross inside half, and Cross is ahead 1-2. Cross looking to start the afternoon with a K. He does just that. A 1-2 breaking ball, and Cross has his first out of the afternoon. A beautiful day, a beautiful start for Austin Cross. Cross now facing Hudson Hopkins for UAM. Misses outside. 2-0 now. Even alignment for Hopkins. Not expecting a pull or a push. That misses high. Upstairs. 3-0. Not expecting Hopkins to lay down the bunt either. Reddies third baseman Argenbright playing pretty deep. 4-pitch walk for Cross, and Hopkins becomes the day's first base runner, scurrying 90 feet. So Cross struck out the first batter he faced. That was Thompson, and walks Hopkins on 4 pitches. Now he'll face Jordan Johnson, the Boll Weevils' stud third baseman. Johnson pretty much leads the Boll Weevils in every statistical category, and did the same thing last year. Johnson, a redshirt junior, takes a strike at the knees. 0-1 to Johnson. 1 out, 1 on. UAM has their left fielder Hudson Hopkins leading off first. Cross to the dish. Just misses inside on Johnson. The count 1-1. Henderson State 5-1. 3-0 in conference play. They swept Southern Nazarene last weekend in Oklahoma. 1-1. Johnson lifts it high in the air, straight out to center field. Coming on to make the play for the Reddies and record the second out of the inning is Bryson Haskins. And Austin Cross does a great job there to set down Johnson, who is one of the best players, not just in the league, one of the best players really in Arkansas Monticello history. We'll get to that a little bit more later on in the broadcast. First pitch to Andrew Perino. That's a strike. 0-1 the count. 1 runner aboard with Hudson Hopkins, who leads off first. He walked on 4 pitches, second batter of the inning for UAM. This is the 4th batter. It's Perino. 2 outs. 1-1 count as Cross misses high and outside. Easy take for Perino, who will be behind the dish for UAM when the Boll Weevils are in the field. Cross comes to the plate, and misses low. 2-1. Here's the 2-1. That's low. 3-1 hitters count for Perino. Perino looking to get it going this weekend. Not a quick start out of the gates for Perino. Just one hit in 7 ABs, but a hitter's count here, 3-1. Cross steps off, and Hopkins dives back to first, no throw. Cross remains on the rubber, comes set. Here comes the 3-1. It's fouled off, out of play by Perino. Count goes full, and Hopkins will take off on the next pitch. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in a scoreless top of the first. Cross looking for his second K of the inning. Not going to get it. That hit Perino in the back of the foot. Cross may have reached back for a little something extra there, but he reached back and found something else. That's a hit batsman. And UAM has 2 on here in the top of the first. No hits for the Boll Weevils. Hopkins, the Boll Weevils batter, second batter of the inning, reached with a 4-pitch walk. Perino worked the count full and was hit by a pitch. Didn't seem to pain him or aggravate him in any way. He hustles down to first, and UAM, with a base hit, could have the game's first run. First pitch misses in the dirt for Aaron Gala, UAM's first baseman. Gala has started 2 of Monticello's 3 games, 4 for 7 from the plate, 571. Make it 6 for 8. He singles into left field. The throw home from Mitchell on line, and the runner is safe as Hopkins just beats a good throw by Mitchell Jr., but it tailed off at the very end. Day had to field on the right side of the plate and dive back across the dish. His tag was not in time as UAM breaks the scoreless tie and leads 1-0 here in the top of the first. The Boll Weevils strike first here in a Saturday doubleheader. This is game 1. And it's the top of the first. This one gets away from the Reddies catcher Alex Day, and they're going to say that hit Nick Fakuri. So the bases are loaded for the Boll Weevils, and Henderson State will have a mound visit early on as their head coach Cody Hooten wants to talk it over with his starting pitcher Austin Cross. We'll step away. You're listening to Reddies Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. The Reddies conference call on the mound is complete. We're reset here. Bases loaded for UAM, top of the first. One already across. 2 outs here as the Reddies starting pitcher Austin Cross has had some control problems. He walked the run that eventually came around to score. That was Hudson Hopkins. He's hit 2 batters. Just 1 hit for UAM here in the top of the first, but they've scored 1 run. Cross has it go up back up the middle on him. It's diving play by Myers to knock it down. He flips to the covering Colasanto on second with his glove, and Myers may have saved 2 runs for the Reddies. Joe has been doing it with his bat all year. He does it with the glove there, and Henderson State will bat in the bottom of the first when we return, down 1-0 on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Henderson State bats in the bottom of the first. Caden Argenbright will lead it off for HSU, who trails 1-0 after one run on one hit for UAM in the top of the first. Argenbright digs in from the right side of the plate from our vantage point, a lefty hitter for HSU, and he is started with a strike by the Monticello hurler Matt Lund. Lund, a right-hander. 2019 GAC Pitcher of the Year. Lund has been the ace of the UAM staff the last few seasons. Argenbright jammed up. He fouls it back into the netting behind home plate, and he's behind 0-2. Argenbright, 6-foot freshman out of Sulphur Springs, Texas. Went to Sulphur Springs High School. 0-2 from Lund. That's in the dirt. Scurries away from Perino behind home plate, but nobody aboard the base paths for the Reddies as Argenbright leads things off in the bottom of the first. 1-0 ball game. UAM pushed one across in the top half. Lund, a long look in. The windup comes to the plate, and that's in the same spot, same result, gets away from Perino, but again, no problem, as the count has gone even, 2 balls and 2 strikes after Lund quickly got ahead 0-2. Lund, again, 2019 GAC Pitcher of the Year, was a preseason All-American in 2020. 2-2 to the freshman Argenbright. Argenbright pops it up. That's in foul territory. A long run for the third baseman Johnson, but he makes a professional play, sliding catch for the all-conference player, and Argenbright pops up, pops foul, and pops out for the first out of the bottom half of inning number 1 here in Arkadelphia. Words do not do the day we are having justice. It is absolutely picture perfect out here. Not a lot of wind. Flag in center field blowing out slightly to right field, but I don't imagine right now it'll be too much of a factor. First pitch to Henderson's 2-hitter and their first baseman Grayson Stevens. Misses inside from Lund. Count goes 1-0 with 1 out and no base runners here in the bottom of the first. Reddies trail 1-0. Lund brings it behind his head, comes to the plate, and gets the call on the inside half. Evens the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. Lund making his second appearance of the season. This is his first start. 1-1 to the lefty Stevens. Stevens hammers it down the right field line. That'll drop in for extra bases. Jocko hustles over there, picks it up in front of the NCAA logo on the right field fence and gets it back in the infield. And Grayson Stevens has a stand-up double for the Reddies, who now have 1 out and 1 on in the bottom of the first. Stevens jumped all over that pitch. That was extra bases from the get-go, and it looked for a second like Stevens was going to try to stretch for 3. But Henderson State happy to have a runner in scoring position with Danny Mitchell Jr. coming to the plate with 1 out and 1 on the bottom of the first. Reddies again down 1-0. UAM scored 1 on 1 hit in the top half. Mitchell Jr. takes the ball just off the outside part of the plate from Lund. Stevens with his 7th hit with that last double. That was his first double of the year. 1-0 to Mitchell Jr. This is fouled back and out of play. Stevens, before that double, had 6 hits. 4 were singles, 2 were homers. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. 1 runner aboard for the Reddies. Stevens, who leads off second. Lund, breaking ball, stays high and outside. 2-1 the count now to Danny Mitchell Jr., who got off to a bit of a slow start in the first few games of the season for the Reddies, but really ended last weekend's series at Southern Nazarene with a bang. 3 for 7 with 4 runs and 2 homers in the last 2 games against SNU. Mitchell Jr. fouls it back off the mask of UAM's catcher, Perino, and the home plate umpire jogs out to the circle to return the baseball to Lund and give Perino a little time to regather himself. But Perino, the California native, looks to be just fine. Mitchell, the Reddies' 3rd straight lefty hitter, digs back in the box. 2-2 the count. Stevens on second. Lund to the plate. This is popped up. Left side of the infield. Clary, the shortstop, calls for it and makes a basket catch 1 foot off the ground. Had his glove. And a dangerous play for Clary, who really battled the sun there, but makes the play for the second out of the inning, as Joe Myers will try to do it with the bat after doing it with the glove in the top of the first. Myers saved at least 1 run, maybe 2 runs in the top half of the first inning, knocked a ground ball down and flipped to second to get the force with his glove, made a diving stop, and Myers might be the reason this game is 1-0 and not 3-0, at least. Myers with a chance to tie it with a base hit. Stevens on second. Myers asks for time and steps out of the batter's box as Lund was taking a bit too much time on the rubber. Myers bats cleanup, plays short for the Reddies. Myers is the first righty hitter Lund will face. Check swing by Myers, but it's a strike either way. Catches the outside part of the plate. And the count to 0-1. Stevens, a 1-out double for the Reddies here in the bottom of the first. Mitchell Jr. just popped up for the second out. Lund, another long look in. Comes set. Glove at his chin, and now to the plate. Breaking ball. Great pitch by Lund. Myers could only wait and watch that one. And Myers quickly behind 0-2, with Lund 1 pitch away from his first K and getting out of a little jam here in the bottom of the first. Lund looking for the strikeout. He gets it. Myers goes down swinging, and Lund works around a 1-out double by Stevens. We'll go to the top of the second when we return on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Arkadelphia. Top of the second, 1-0 ball game. Arkansas Monticello in front. The Boll Weevils pushed across 1 run on 1 hit in the top of the first. And quickly 1-0 and now 1-1 to UAM's center fielder and 8th hitter, Grant Shepard. Cross to the plate 1-1. Shepard, a hefty swing, but he whiffs, and the count goes to 1-2. Here in the top of the second, Reddies got a double from Grayson Stevens, but stranded Stevens, the junior, at second in the bottom of the first. Cross misses badly with the off-speed pitch into the opposite batter's box, and the count goes to 2-2. Nobody on, nobody out here. Top 2 for the Boll Weevils. 2-2. That's low, around the shins of Shepard. Cross a little. Some control issues early on. He's already hit 2 batters and walked 1. 3-2. That's just off the end of Shepard's bat. Trickles over by the UAM dugout down the first base line. Count goes 3-2 now. Shepard has started 2 of UAM's 3 games, 1 for 7 so far. Puts his bat out, slaps it to Colasanto, and that is through the wickets of Colasanto between his legs, and that'll be an error on the Reddies second baseman. Shepard aboard to lead off the second. Colasanto was just tied up off of contact there. His footwork looked a bit awkward. Didn't know whether to charge or wait back on that ball. Maybe some awkward spin threw him off, but that's an error on the Reddies second baseman as the 9-hole hitter, Audie Clary, drops down the bunt, well placed to the pitcher. Cross gloves it, flips it to first. For out number 1. But that'll move the runner over as Shepard, who reached with a leadoff error, goes to second. That is foul tip off the bat of Cade Thompson. The order resetting now for UAM. Thompson retired in the first. 0-1. 0-1 the count as well. And now evened up 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 1 runner aboard here in a 1-0 ball game. UAM got 1 in the top of the first. They bat here with a runner on second in the top of the second. 1-1 from Cross. This is popped up high in the air. It'll stay on the infield, drift into foul territory. Grayson Stevens, the first baseman, hustles about halfway down the first base line and makes the catch about 3 feet into foul territory for out number 2. Hudson Hopkins, a very simple at-bat in his first time up, took 4 pitches and walked, came around to score the game's only run. And it'll take ball number 5 that he's seen as Cross misses high and outside as Alex Day, the Reddies catcher, pops up and out of his crouch to keep it from heading towards the backstop. 1-0. Hopkins waits at the plate, thought about it, left it outside. Hopkins has now seen 6 balls today. 2-0, hitters count for Hopkins. Hopkins trying to double UAM's lead here in the top of the second as Cross steps off and now back on the rubber. Hopkins waits on the 2-0 and finally sees a strike. Gave it a half thought, but kept the bat on his shoulders. 2-1 the count. Shepard, a healthy leadoff of second. And Cross just misses again. Looked to be in the same vicinity, but just a touch outside. Hitters count for Hopkins, 3-1. Trying to bring home Shepherd to make this a 2-0 UAM ball game. Swing and a miss. And the count full now, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Again, with 2 outs here in the top of the second, Shepherd will be running on contact. Cross looking for the K, not going to get it, and Hopkins will walk for the second time already here in the top of the second. This will bring up the dangerous Jordan Johnson. Johnson responsible for 6 of Arkansas's Monticello's 20 hits in the first 3 games. 6 for 12, right at 500 in the first 3. 0 for 1 so far today. First pitch to Johnson. Off the end of the bat. That's foul into the netting behind home plate. Johnson, righty hitter, pretty stoic stance, fairly straight up. Bat not really doing a whole lot of moving around. Johnson takes outside, 1-1. Now the count, 2 on, 2 out. UAM at the plate, top of the second. Bull Weevils got 1 run and 1 hit in the top of the first. Johnson, UAM's most dangerous hitter, in a big spot here early. That's in the dirt. Day throws behind Shepherd at second, but never had a shot. The throw tailed to the right side of the bag, and Colasanto applies the tag a couple seconds late for good measure, but Shepherd slides back safely. 2-1 the count now to Johnson. This is high in the air to left field. Mitchell Jr. takes a few steps in, now backtracks 7 or 8 feet, battles the sun, and makes the play for the 3rd out of the inning. So Cross gets out of a tough spot in the second, and the Reddies will bat in the bottom half when we return on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clyde-Berry Field. You're on a beautiful early spring day on the campus of Henderson State University. Bottom of the second, Reddies bat down 1-0 against the visiting Bull Weevils of Arkansas Monticello. Alec Lewis sees and swings at the first pitch of the inning. Lewis, a freshman, a hometowner out of Arkadelphia. Lewis, a Badger, went to Arkadelphia High School, redshirt freshman, 6'1", lefty hitter is Lewis. 0-1. That's inside. Lewis takes it for a ball. 1-1 the count. Lewis playing right field and splitting the order, the 5-hole for the Reddies this afternoon. 1-1 from Lund. Breaking ball high and outside. Didn't come back door, and the count goes to 2-1. Lewis got off to a dream start last season for the Reddies before the year was cut short by COVID. He's off to a pretty good start here in 2021. This is hit high into the air, shallow center field. Shepard comes on to make the play. A decent jog for Shepard, who reached on an error for the Bull Weevils in the top half of this inning. He makes the play for the first out of the bottom of inning number 2, and Lewis is retired, P8. Cade Tucker, who is one of 2 Reddies who's pulled some double duty this year with the bat and being on the hill and the pitching staff, digs in. Tucker, a righty hitter, swings and misses at the first pitch he sees. Tucker pitching and hitting and doing both very well. Tucker, as well as batting for the Reddies, has pitched 2 clean innings out of the bullpen for HSU. Fouls this one off and out of play. And Lund, the right-handed hurler for the Bull Weevils and the 2019 GAC Pitcher of the Year. Ahead 0-2, looking for his second strikeout. Lund to the dish. And that's foul tipped into the glove. And that is K number 2, as Perino, behind home plate, squeezes it for the second out. And Reddy's head coach Cody Hooten wants to talk to the home plate umpire and have a little discussion, because Cade Tucker took a long look at our ump, and Coach Hooten and the home plate umpire having a fairly calm conversation. I didn't get a good look at it. Obviously, I'm right behind home plate, and my vantage point is blocked by the body of Perino. And the call not going to be reversed, as it almost never is in college baseball. But Coach Hooten gets his point across. And Lund, Monticello's pitcher, back to the rubber. Base path is empty. 2 outs here, bottom of the second for the Reddies, as Bryson Haskins fouls off the first pitch he sees. Haskins with a very closed stance. He's a righty hitter. His front foot is about, I guess his front toe is, well, probably 18 inches closer to the plate than his back toe. Haskins off the end of the bat, a slow roller back to the pitcher Lund. He charges, crouches, fields, and fires for out number 3, and that's a clean inning for the 2019 GAC Pitcher of the Year. The Reddies down in order, top of the third when we come back. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. We are in the top of the third. Henderson State hosts the Boll Weevils of Arkansas Monticello. Austin Cross, the Reddies starter in game number 1 of our Saturday doubleheader, back to the hill. Starts Boll Weevils catcher Perino off with a strike, and now he's ahead 0-2 as Perino fouls it off and out of play. Perino leaves that one high. Easy take for the catcher. Count 1-2 now. Cross looking for his second K as Perino pokes his bat out and foul tips it into the netting behind home plate. The defensive swing by Perino, but sometimes that's your best option. Foul off something good from the opposing pitcher and wait for something better. Another 1-2 from Cross. That's low and outside in the dirt. Kept in front by Day. Base is empty. Nobody out. 2-2 the count. Top of the third. UAM in front 1-0. They got their run in the top of the first inning on one hit. Cross. The fastball hit hard to left field. A looping liner off the bat of Perino. Mitchell drifts to the left field line and makes the play for the first out of the inning. So Cross has gotten the first out, retired the first batter, I should say, in 2 of the first 3 innings, and wasn't his fault on inning number 2 as Grant Shepard reached on an error. 0-1 and 1-1 the count. One to Aaron Gala. That misses outside. 2-1. 52 pitches for Cross so far. Only 25 of them strikes. He's had some control problems since the get-go. 2-1. That's outside. 3-1. Cross has walked 2. He's also hit 2. Hitters count 3-1 to Gala. That's outside. A 5-pitch walk for Gala. And he jogs down to first. So Cross, through 2 1/3, has only given up 1 hit, but his problem has been the walk. The only run of the game was scored by Hudson Hopkins, and he reached on a 4-pitch walk as Gala now leads off first for UAM as Nick Ficuri takes a ball low and away. That's a 1-0 count. 1 on, 1 out in the top of the third for UAM. Ficuri fouls it up and out of play. Into the one of the many pine trees that surrounds Clydeberry Field. 1-1, cross to the dish. That's low, and Day quickly pounces on it as Gala thought about trying to scamper to second, but he stays at first. Count goes to 2-1. Again, 1 on, 1 out. 1-0 UAM ball game here in the top of inning number 3. Ficuri steps out of the batter's box as Cross steps off the rubber. Cross making his 3rd appearance for the Reddies, 1-0 so far this year. That misses low and inside, 3-1. Wind starting to gust out to right field now. The flag in center field was stagnant earlier this afternoon, as this one is hit hard to deep left center field, but the wind will help knock this one down as Mitchell Jr. calls off his center fielder Haskins in the gap, and the wind really blowing out to right field. I think that sort of knocked the ball down. Off the bat, it looked like that might be headed to the warning track or worse, but Mitchell Jr. makes a fairly routine play for the second out of the inning. Both outs retired in the top of the third have been gloved by Mitchell Jr. out and left. First pitch swinging by Joe Jocko. He grounds it foul down the third baseline. 0-1 for Cross, who's had a really nice start to the year for the Reddies. Cross comes into this one 1-0, 3.12 ERA in 8 2/3 innings pitched. And he gets way ahead of Jocko, now 0-2. Gets the call on the outside part of the plate. Oh, 2. Slow roller to Colasanto. He charges, fields it right on the second baseline, flips to the covering shortstop Joe Myers at second. They get the force, and the Reddies get out of the third. It's been a well-played game early on. Both pitchers keeping the other team at bay. Henderson State will try to get it going when we come back in the bottom of the third. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Gorgeous afternoon as we play 2 today. We're in game number 1. We're in the bottom of the third. The Reddies will have 8-9-1 due up in the inning. It's Colasanto, the Reddies lefty second baseman, leads off and takes a ball inside. Lund, the right-handed pitcher for UAM, has been very good so far today. This is fouled off out of play by Colasanto. Colasanto, 5'9" senior out of Garland, Texas, went to Bishop Lynch High School. Waits on the 1-1 from Lund. Swings, sends it out to center. Shepard barely has to move, turns his shoulder, backtracks a few steps, and makes the routine play for the first out of the inning as Colasanto is retired. This will bring up the Reddies catcher Alex Day. So the Reddies lineup dominated in the top half by lefties and dominated in the bottom half by righties. 3 of the first 4 righty hitters in the lineup lefties. 3 of the last 4 are righties. Day, a righty, and he digs in, takes a fastball for a strike, outside edge. Day with kind of some interesting looking batting gloves. They almost look like workman gloves that you'd wear to build a shelf or something. Day checks his swing, did not go around, count 1-1. They're yellow gloves that kind of just look like, from here, they kind of look like cowhide or some leather. It's kind of funny looking gloves from Day, but if they get the job done, so be it. Day watches the pitch outside, 2-1 for Day, and I got a smile on my face just looking at this Day's gloves. Check swing again, and that's a strike, 2-2. With one out here in the bottom of the third, nobody aboard for the Reddies, who have one hit so far. That was a Stevens double with one out in the bottom of the first. 2-2 chopper, back up the middle, high hop, and the throw not in time from Thompson as Day hustles down the line for an infield single. Good play by Thompson to get over there deep in the hole and make a strong throw, but never had a chance as he had to leap up and then regather himself. So Day in the 9-hole serves as the secondary leadoff hitter and does his best to jumpstart the Reddies lineup with HSU's second hit of the afternoon. Caden Argenbright digs in for the second time. Argenbright fouled out to the third baseman Johnson to lead off the bottom of the first for the Reddies. 1-0 to Argenbright, who wiggles the bat. Fouls it up out of play. 1-1 now the count. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. 1 runner on first for the Reddies. That is Alex Day, who just had an infield single to the second baseman Cade Thompson a few moments ago. The Reddies trail 1-zip. UAM got the game's lone run in the top of the first. Day takes off, and Lund airmails it over the head of his catcher Perino. And Day heads to second. And Henderson State has a runner in scoring position with 1 out for the second time today. Again, Stevens, the junior out of Pottsville for the Reddies, doubled down the right field line in the bottom of the first, but the Reddies could not bring him around. We'll see if they can flip the script in the third as Day leads off second and Lund misses high. 3-1 the count. Lund comes set, the righty, to Argenbright. Argenbright hits it high in the air, shallow right field. Thompson turns around, the second baseman runs, regathers himself, repositions, and makes the play for the inning's second out. As Argenbright is 0 for 2, has popped up twice, and now the Reddies will be forced to bring home and deal with a 2-out RBI situation. Is probably got the right man to do so. Stevens has by far the hardest hit ball for the Reddies so far today. Roped a double down the right field line, a 2-bagger off the bat, and Stevens digs in with 2 outs as Day leads on second. And Stevens did the same thing. That gets by a diving Jocko in right field. It's going to roll the wall. The game is tied as Day jogs home to score, and Grayson Stevens is halfway to the cycle in the bottom of the third. He's got a stand-up triple, and we've got a tie ball game, 1-1, bottom 3. Grayson Stevens, deja vu. He knew exactly what to look for and exactly what to do. If you're Jocko, it's not a bad decision by Jocko because Day is going to score if you let that ball drop, so your only choice is probably to make a diving catch to save the run. And Stevens, I guess the alternative, the risk, is if you don't dive, then it's a single and you keep Stevens out of scoring, a scoring position, but obviously it rolls to the wall, and Stevens now 90 feet away from The Reddies leading this game as Danny Mitchell Jr. takes 2 pitches high. And the count 2-0 now to Mitchell Jr., the Reddies left fielder, and their 3-hole hitter. Mitchell Jr. leaves that one 3-0. Mitchell Jr. 9 at-bats in 2-out situations coming into this weekend. 2 for 9 in those opportunities. Mitchell Jr. takes for strike 1. 3-1 to Mitchell Jr. Mitchell Jr., the North Little Rock native, started his collegiate career at the University of Arkansas Little Rock, but has played the last few seasons for the Reddies, where he's been a stalwart in the outfield. Mitchell Jr., hefty swing, but comes up empty, and the count goes full 3-2 with 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. Stevens tripled and brought home Day moments ago. Stevens 90 feet away from giving the Reddies a 2-1 lead if Mitchell Jr. can get a base hit. Mitchell Jr. fouls this one off, and it's going to float out of play. Johnson, the third baseman, all the way over to the concrete wall down the left field line to take a peek, but he ran out of room quickly as both Lund, the Boll Weevils pitcher, and Danny Mitchell Jr., the Reddies hitter, reset and retake their places on the hill and in the batter's box. Big spot here early on in our Saturday doubleheader. Reddies trying to take the lead with a base hit from Mitchell Jr. Lund, 3-2 to the plate. And he walked him. Low and inside, and Mitchell Jr. will go to first, and the Reddies have runners on the corners for Joe Myers in the bottom of the third. He'll bat with 2 outs after a mound visit from Monticello's head coach, John Harvey. We'll step away on the Henderson State Sports Network. The conference call completed in the circle for UAM. We're back in action. Bottom of the third, Reddies and the Boll Weevils tied 1-1. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. First pitch upcoming to the Reddies shortstop and cleanup hitter Joe Myers. He turns and belts this one foul down the left field line. Simply just a long, hard strike for, loud strike for Myers as he digs back in. Myers, a righty hitter. Fairly straight up stance. Wiggles the bat. Waits on the 0-1. Takes strike 2. As Lund is way ahead, 0-2. Lund looking for his 3rd strikeout. He's walked 1. Henderson State looking to break a 1-1 tie in the bottom of the third. A base hit would do it from Myers. That is just tipped off the end of the bat and fouled. Myers stays alive. And we'll see at least one more from Lund, who is making his first start this season. Came out of the pen in his only previous appearance and went 2 innings, so this already his longest outing of the early 2021 season. 0-2 to Myers. That's outside. Myers takes, and the count goes to 1-2. Runners on the corners for the Reddies. Stevens on third, Mitchell Jr. on first. Stevens tied the ball game a couple minutes ago with a triple down the right field line. That scored Alex Day, the Reddies' 9-hole hitter and catcher. Mitchell Jr. walked onto a vacant first base. Myers, foul, tips it off the glove of the catcher Perino, and again stays alive, making Lund work a little bit longer after Lund got ahead 0-2. Count still 1-2, so Lund still working in front as Myers digs back in. Myers waves with the bat through the box, places it at his shoulder, wiggles, checks his swing. Arkansas Monticello's dugout hollering that Myers went around. Home plate umpire checks with our secondary, but Myers did not go. A 40%er from Mr. Myers, and the count evened 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on for HSU in a 1-1 ball game. Bottom 3. Myers pops it up, foul territory, right side of the first base line. Gala over to make a routine play, and Lund gets out of a jam, but the Reddies tie it up. Grayson Stevens has been the most dangerous man at Clydeberry Field today. A double and a triple already for Stevens, who brought home Day, and we're tied 1-1. When we come back, we'll have the 4th inning here on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to the action here at Clydeberry Field, top of the 4th. We're in the middle innings as Grant Shepard swings and lifts the first pitch of the 4th to shallow left center field. A long run for the Reddies center fielder Bryson Haskins. He calls off Danny Mitchell, his colleague, and makes the play. So 1 pitch and 1 out in the 4th for Austin Cross, who is settled into this game after battling some control issues in the first. First pitch, high and inside to UAM's shortstop, Audie Clary. Clary, lefty hitter, ropes it down the right field line, but hooks foul and out of play. Clary hit that right on the nose, but a little too far in front. Long, loud strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, bases empty. Top of the 4th for UAM. Clary takes it low in the dirt, 2-1. Tie ball game here at Clydeberry Field, 1-1. UAM got their run in the first. The Reddies responded in the 3rd with a Grayson Stevens triple, 2-1. That catches the knees of Clary. 2-2 now the count. Clary choking up with 2 strikes. That's outside. Breaking ball flutters into the opposite batter's box. Full count for Cross, who entered the inning with 62 pitches thrown. 3-2. This is hit hard to Stevens, the first baseman, and Clary just beat out by the covering Cross as Stevens flips to his pitcher, and Monticello's dugout disagrees with the call. By the naked eye, that was awfully close. A bang-bang play, but the Reddies get the call. Stevens had to make a good play, and Cross had to make a long run to cover. He does for the second out of the inning, and he's ahead 0-1 now to Cade Thompson, who resets the UAM lineup for the second time. So he's hitting for the third time, and it'll be the third time through for the Boll Weevils. That's just above the belt, and a ball, 1 strike from Cross. Bases empty. Cross looking for his first 1-2-3 inning. Just misses outside. Cross has gotten the leadoff man in 3 of the 4 innings, and the one time he didn't get it, it was because there was an error on the Reddies infield. This inning will continue. This will be extra bases for Thompson. He lines it deep down into the right field corner. It's fished out and sent back to the infield by Alec Lewis, but a stand-up double for Cade Thompson, and UAM looking to jump on a 2-out rally and break our 1-1 tie here in the top of the 4th as Thompson heads into scoring position. And Hudson Hopkins will try to bring him home. Hopkins scored the only run for the Boll Weevils back in the first after walking on 4 pitches. Cross trying to limit the damage in the 4th. First pitch to Hopkins misses outside, 1-0. Cross again coming set to the plate. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Cross making his 3rd appearance, 3rd start, 3.12 ERA, coming in. Nice play by Alex Day to keep that one in front. He was obviously in his catching crouch and had to pop out of it quickly. That was high and outside from Cross, but it had a lot on it. Day keeps it in front, and Thompson kept it second. Thompson with a big secondary lead there, and was thinking about going to 3 if that had gotten by the catcher Day. 2-1 Cross induces another swing and a miss. 2-2 now the count, with 2 outs here on the top of the 4th. 1-1 ball game. Reddies battling the Boll Weevils. Henderson State 3-0 in conference play. UAM 1-2. 2-2. Off speed. Stays high and outside. 3-2. If Henderson State wins game number 1, they start 4-0 in conference play for the first time since the GAC formed 10 years ago. 3-2. That's high and outside. Cross lost him. Hopkins walks for the 3rd time today. So Hopkins not improving the batting average, but that on-base percentage skyrocketing. And another big spot for Jordan Johnson, who, if he does what he did last year before the season was cut short, he's going to be all over the UAM record books, and we're going to have a stoppage as Reddies head coach Cody Hooten comes out to the mound, wants to talk it over with his pitcher Austin Cross. The Reddies do have some activity in the bullpen. And we'll see if Cross stays in the ball game when we come back. The Reddies conference on the mound is complete. And Austin Cross, the Reddies starter, remains in the ball game here in the fourth, top half of the inning. 2 outs, 2 on for UAM's most dangerous hitter, Jordan Johnson, but Cross has taken care of him twice. Johnson's 0 for 2. First pitch to Johnson outside. Cross misses with the fastball. That was the 80th pitch by Cross, only 38 strikes. Cross, like I said, control issues all day. Johnson swings and fouls it back. 1-1. Johnson 0 for 2, 2 flyouts, flew out to center in the first. And flew out to left in the second. 1-1 to Johnson. Off the end of the bat. That's foul. 1-2. Johnson was in the same spot in the top of the second. Had 2 on with 2 out, but was retired. Cross looking for some deja vu. 1-2. Misses in the dirt. Day keeps it in front, pops up, throws to third, but it's not in time as Thompson slides in safely, gets under the tag of Argenbright. Thompson and Hopkins each move up 90 feet and stand on second and third. 2-2, 2 outs here. Top of the fourth. Big spot for Cross. Another fly ball. Deep center field. Haskins tracking back to the warning track. It's off the wall. 2-run score, and Johnson will round second and head to third for a stand-up triple. That ball just kept drifting and drifting and drifting, and Haskins eventually ran out of room. Johnson was aided by the wind as it's really started to gust out there to right field, and he sent it slightly to right center, and that ball just got caught up in the vortex, and it hit off the wall about 3/4 of the way up as UAM finally gets to Austin Cross, and that will be it for the Reddies starting pitcher. Chased after 3 2/3. The Reddies will have a new man on the mound when we come back on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to the action. Clydeberry Field, 3-1 ball game, top of the fourth. UAM just broke a 1-1 tie with a 2-run triple off the bat of Jordan Johnson. Johnson on third as Andrew Perino digs in. Takes a ball. Onto the hill for the Reddies, Ethan Perry, a freshman in a big spot here, trying to strand Johnson on third. Perry missing high, 2-0. Perry with one appearance. That was 3 weeks ago, February 12th, through 1 1/3 against Southern Arkansas. Gave up one hit, struck out one, no walks, 2-0. Gets a called strike, 2-1. Perry, obviously very impressive. This guy is a true freshman for Henderson State. Called on and put in a big spot here. 2-2 now the count. As it's the 2-1's fouled up and out of play. Perry taking over for Cross, who lasted 3 2/3 innings. Gave up 3 runs, all of them earned. 2-2 from Perry. Low and outside. Good take by Perino and a good block by Day, sliding to his right to keep that one in front and keep Johnson at third. If that gets by, this is a 4-1 game. Full count, 2 outs, top of the fourth, 2 runs across already for UAM in the inning. Perry looking for the K. Doesn't get the call, just misses inside. Henderson State's dugout wanted Perino rung up. They do not get the decision, and Arkansas Monticello has runners on the corners now, and everything for the Boll Weevils in the inning has come with 2 outs. Austin Cross looked to be rolling along on the way to a 1-2-3 inning. Then Thompson doubled, Hopkins walked, Johnson tripled, and now Perino has walked. 2 on, 2 out. Inning continues for UAM as Perry gets a called strike on the outside edge to Aaron Gala, who watches it flutter by. Gala 1 for 1. He's reached safely in both plate appearances, walked in the third. Had the RBI single that scored Hopkins in the first. Gala takes that one low and outside. 1-1 now the count. Henderson State trying to start conference play 4-0 for the first time in Great American Conference history. 1-1 from Perry. Gala tried to check its swing but could not. He went around clearly, and the count goes to 1-2. Again, Perry, the Reddies' true freshman, taking over in the top of the fourth for the starter Austin Cross. Perry inheriting Jordan Johnson at third. The 1-2 popped up out of play. Day, the catcher, a couple steps over to take a look, but he realizes that was out of his range, and he returns to his position behind home plate. Day, the Reddies catcher, took over for Josh Aguilar, who left the season opener with an apparent midsection injury, and Day's had the lion's share of the catching duties ever since. 1-2. This is sent left center field, but again knocked down by the wind that's gusting to right, and Bryson Haskins ends the inning in center field. The Reddies will hit in the fourth. They're behind by 2 as UAM gets 2 runs on 2 hits in the top of the fourth, all with 2 outs. The Reddies bat when we come back on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Henderson State hits in the bottom of the fourth. Reddies trail 3-1. UAM retaking the lead in the top half of the inning with a 2-out, 2-run triple by Jordan Johnson off the right center field wall. Alec Lewis digs in and takes an inside fastball for a ball, 1-0. Henderson State dipped into the bullpen in the top of the inning. Arkansas Monticello does the same in the bottom half, as the Boll Weevils have a new pitcher on the hill who misses down low on the 1-0, now 2-0. This is Jared Roberts taking over for Matt Lund. Roberts making his second appearance of the season. 2-0 to Lewis. Gets the called strike, outer edge, 2-1. Roberts has been one of the few relievers, or was one of the few relievers for Monticello that was effective in their first GAC series of the season. That one was against Northwestern Oklahoma State up in Alva last weekend. UAM lost 2 of 3 up in Northwest Oklahoma. 3-1. Called strike 2, and the home plate umpire was about to ring up Alex Lewis and then forgot that there was only 1 strike against him. So he hesitates and tries to play it cool, but I don't know if he's going to get away with that one. There's a couple of snickers from the Reddies dugout. 3-2. That's outside. Lewis works the walk. And he's down to first. Henderson State with a leadoff hitter on here in the bottom of the fourth. Roberts, who works on the hill now for UAM, is a lefty, taking over for the starter Lund, who was a righty. He'll face Cade Tucker, the righty hitter. Tucker checked his swing. Check with the secondary umpire. He says Tucker did not go around. Count 1-0. 1 on for the Reddies. Nobody out. Bottom of the fourth. The Reddies down 3-1 to the visiting Arkansas Monticello Boll Weevils. 1-0. Fouled off and out of play. Monticello has had the upper hand in this series since the formation of the GAC back in 2011. UAM leads the series in the Great American Conference era 19-8, but the Reddies have won 2 of the last 4, so it's been right down the middle last couple years. 1-2 the count as Tucker takes a breaking ball for strike 2. Roberts, the lefty out of the pen, looking for his first K. Another check swing. Tucker did not go around as the fastball misses outside. Roberts has appeared in 1 game, lasted 2 innings, didn't allow a hit, but did walk 2, and he's walked Alec Lewis to lead off the inning, so control has been a problem, but he's also got 4 Ks, so he's got good stuff as Cade Tucker finds some green grass. Call that one a ground ball with eyes. A bounding ball scampers through the left side of the infield past a diving third baseman Jordan Johnson. He dove but could not make the play, and Henderson State has their best opportunity in the game so far. 2 on and nobody out here in the bottom of the fourth with Bryson Haskins digging in. Haskins squares, brings the bat back on the bunt attempt, but a strike called regardless, and count goes to 0-1 on Haskins. Roberts, the lefty, comes set. 0-1. Haskins tries to put down the bunt again. Can't do it. And it's quickly 0-2. So Haskins, the Reddies center fielder and 7 hitter, trying to move 2 into scoring position, but would be surprised if he lays down the bunt again here with an 0-2 count. Now just looking to protect and put 1 in play. He does. Well, that's chopped foul. Haskins, you'd think that maybe his closed stance with his front foot way closer to home plate than his back foot would help him in this situation, as he's would love to maybe push one to the right side and use his speed to help his base runners move up 90 feet. But Arkansas Monticello will be looking to turn the double play as Haskins fouled it off. Alec Lewis thought he may have struck out, and Lewis started hustling to third, but he returns to second. Lewis on second. Tucker on first for the Reddies. 2 aboard, nobody out here, bottom of the 4th. Reddies down 2, 3-1. UAM took the lead in the top half of the inning with a 2-run triple from Jordan Johnson. Backdoor breaking ball. Misses. Had some swerve on it, but it started about 6 feet outside and didn't come back in. Roberts can well afford to waste one, though. He was ahead 0-2. Now he's still in front 1-2. As Haskins looks to put it in play. Haskins thought about it, thought better of it. Takes it inside for a ball. 2-2 now for Haskins, who has battled here after a less than stellar start to the at-bat. Tried to get down the bunt twice, couldn't do it. Fell behind 0-2, but the count is 2-2 now, and Haskins will hit. Base hit makes this a 1-run game, and he lifts this one to right field. Running back Jocko, he makes the play at the warning track. Well, this will advance Alec Lewis to third. Lewis tags and moseys to third base. Haskins got a good piece of that. You think that maybe if that ball's hit a little higher, it drifts a little farther, and that could have been a 3-run home run, but just didn't get it high enough to really be carried by the wind that's been blowing out to right field. And Henderson State appears to have a pinch hitter. It's going to be Cameron Whitmore. He will bat for Daniel Colasanto in the 8th spot. Colasanto flew out to center in the 3rd. Colasanto, though, replaced by Whitmore, who, if he replaces Colasanto, would go to second base, but we'll find that out a little bit later when the Reddies take the field in the top of the 5th. Runners on the corners for Whitmore. 1 out. Strike called. Outside corner. 0-1 to Whitmore. Bottom of the 4th, Reddies down by 2, 3-1. Henderson State has not led this game. They trailed 1-0 after 1. They tied it in the 3rd. UAM got 2 more in the 4th on a 2-run triple from Jordan Johnson. 0-1 to Whitmore. Whitmore squares to bunt. It's right back to the pitcher. Roberts turns and throws out Whitmore at first, and it appeared that the Reddies, if you're going to bunt with Whitmore, then I'd assume they'd have the squeeze play on, but Whitmore bunted it right back to the pitcher, and Alec Lewis had no shot at scoring. Lewis wisely stays at 3rd, and Henderson State simply are really fortunate that Roberts didn't try to turn the double play. Probably wise to take the 2nd out of the inning, because now he can attack Alex Day in the batter's box and not worry about the sac fly or the RBI ground out in case they weren't able to turn 2. Day with an infield single to second base in his first time up. Takes a ball, 1-0. 2 on, 2 out for the Reddies. Bottom of the 4th. Day trying to tie it with a base hit. Off speed for Roberts. Evens the count 1-1. Day still wearing those workman-like gloves, those yellow gloves you get at the hardware store. But he's 1 for 1, so you can't argue with him. He's trying to make it 3 for 3 with a base knock and drive in 2. He leaves that one low. 2-1 for Day. Day has been really solid behind home plate, pushed into double duty, as Josh Aguilar has been limited since the season opener when he exited the game with a injury to what looked like his midsection. Aguilar played a little bit against Southern Nazarene, but Alex Day has gotten the start here in the series opener, first of two on Saturday for the Reddies, who host the Bull Weevils. Day takes another ball, and 3-1 the count now for Day. Hitter's count for the freshman catcher. Big spot for Day, trying to tie it. He leaves it outside and will go to a vacant first base, and the bases are loaded as the order resets. So Day in the 9 spot for the Reddies, 1 for 1 with a walk. So Day really serving as the Reddies' secondary leadoff man, and he's done a good job of helping to speed up things at the top of the order. Is Caden Argenbright. Inside out's one that's foul. If your 9-hole hitter can reach both times in 2 plate appearances, that is a sign of a really formidable, really deep lineup, and Henderson State appears to have that here in the 2021 season. 0-1 to Argenbright, bases loaded. A little chin music for Argenbright. High and inside. 1-1 the count. It's been a long 4th inning. UAM chased the Reddies starter Cross and scored 2. The Reddies have loaded the bases, have not scored, but a base hit changes that. Not going to get it here. Argenbright hits it hard, but a lining looper finds the glove of the second baseman, Cade Thompson, and UAM strands the bases loaded for the Reddies. 1 hit, no runs, 3 left. We'll go to inning number 5 when we come back on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. We're in the 5th. Henderson State trails 3-1. The Reddies have 4 hits. The Bull Weevils just with 3. But the Bull Weevils have also walked a handful of times. 5 walks drawn by Bull Weevils batters, and they've also been hit a handful of times. More base runners for the Bull Weevils through 4 as Ethan Perry starts the 5th. Perry ended the top of the 4th for HSU, replaced Henderson's starter, Austin Cross, who went 3 2/3. Ground ball. Cade Tucker takes 1 step in, now backs up field and makes a strong throw across the diamond for the first out of the inning. He beats a hustling Fakuri for the first out here in the 5th. Nice play by Tucker. Kind of tied up there. Didn't know whether to charge and decided to play back on it. Oh, excuse me, that's Argenbright. bear with me. First pitch to Jocko. Misses inside, 1-0. Perry, the freshman for the Reddies, has been called upon and delivered in a couple big spots already this season. He works here in the top of the 5th. Falls behind 2-0 to Jocko, who is 0 for 2 today, grounded into a couple of fielder's choices. 6-4 in the first, 4 unassisted in the third. 2-0 from the freshman right-hander Perry. That's 3-0. Didn't miss by much. Perry made his only previous appearance of the season back on February 12th, 1 1/3 against SAU, as Perry walks Jocko on 4 pitches. And that is the 6th walk given up by Reddies pitchers. Grant Shepard digs in now for Arkansas Monticello. Reached on an error in the second, flew out to center in the fourth. 1 on, 1 out. And Shepard pokes it to right, and Lewis got a great jump on the ball, charges and makes the play as Shepard lines it to right, but that ball just flutters and hangs in the air a little too long, and Lewis makes a fairly routine play on the run for the second out of the inning. So, a walk being sandwiched now by 2 quick outs as Perry looks in and faces UAM shortstop Audie Clary. Clary 0 for 1 today. Sacrifice bunt in the second. Jocko leads off first. Jocko takes off to second, hit and run on, but Jocko will have to return to the bag. After a foul ball on the left field line. Inning started with a 5-3 ground out. Caden Argenbright made a nice play, throw across the diamond. Jocko walked, and Shepard flew out to right into the glove of Alec Lewis. 1-1 now the count. Perry misses with the fastball inside. Perry has now worked 1 complete inning. Again, took over with 2 outs already in the back pocket in the top of the 4th. Got the last out in the 4th, and now works with 2 outs here in the 5th. Gets a called strike, outer half. And we'll look for his first strikeout of the day and second strikeout of the season. Ahead 1-2 on the UAM 9-hole hitter. Clary, the lefty, choking up again with 2 strikes. And a good block by Day. He keeps that in 1. In front, pops up and checks on the secondary lead of Jocko, making sure Jocko didn't get too far off the bag. Day is thrown behind 1 runner today. His throw was not in time. 2-2. Nice pitch by Perry, but it's fouled off by Clary. Again, good job by Clary. A little bit of a defensive swing with the choking up there, but that's what you got to do in these situations. Got to fight off the pitcher's best stuff, and hopefully you get something a little bit more manageable. That ball had a lot of movement on it. Perry obviously has a lot of good stuff. Again, just a true freshman out of McKinney, Texas. Another 2-2. That had a lot of movement on it too, but Clary fights it off, and it skips into the concrete wall in left field. Clary tries for 2 and slides in safely. So Clary, an excellent piece of hitting. The lefty, inside outs one, in on the hands. It landed about 2 feet to the right of the left field line, and Arkansas Monticello again threatening with 2 outs now in the top of the 5th. They scored 2 with 2 outs in the top of the 4th. And this is now a really big spot if you're Ethan Perry, and a really big spot if you're Cade Thompson, the UAM's hitter. First pitch to Thompson. Fastball outside, ball. The Thompson base hit. Likely doubles the UAM lead as Perry got a word from the umpire behind home plate. I'm not sure if Perry was working too quickly or if the umpire wasn't ready. Either way, just a ball, 1-0. 2-0, high and outside, Perry misses. Activity in the Reddies bullpen. Doesn't look like anybody ready to come on in the very near future. 2-0 to Thompson. Outside, 3-0. 2. Looks like Henry Coppins is warming up for the Reddies, but again, not throwing off the rubber just yet, so this will be Perry's batter, and probably he'll have the next one too, at the very least. 3-0. Outside, Perry walked him on 4 pitches, and the bases are loaded for Hudson Hopkins, who has exercised some excellent plate discipline today. Hopkins has not put the ball in play, but has reached safely all 3 times. He's walked all 3 times he's come to the plate. Again, that batting average staying in place, right at 167, but the on-base percentage skyrocketing. Bases loaded, 2 outs, top of the 5th. UAM's in front 3-1. First pitch, Perry to Hopkins, and Hopkins fouls it off. Count 0-1. The Reddies trying to keep this a 2-run game. A base hit from Hopkins likely doubles the Boll Weevils' lead here in the middle inning. 0-1 from the freshman Perry. Nice pitch. Gets Hopkins looking. He takes it at the knees for a strike. And Perry is way ahead, 0-2. It'll be interesting to see where Perry goes. As he'll no doubt be looking for the K. 0-2 here. Fastball popped up on the infield. Stevens, the first baseman, calls for it and makes the play. So the freshman Perry in and out of trouble. He works around a 2-out double. He walked Thompson to load the bases, but UAM leaves him loaded. It's 3-1. We go to the bottom half when we come back on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. We are on the bottom of the 5th. A gorgeous spring day here in Arkadelphia. It was 60 degrees at first pitch. The mercury level's probably gone up just a touch since then as we enter the late afternoon. Grayson Stevens, who has been the best ready hitter today, digs in, takes the ball 1-0. Roberts still on the hill for UAM. Stevens swings and fouls this one back, 1-1 now. Roberts took over for the starter, Matt Lund. Lund still working back into regular season form. Just went 3 innings after going 2 innings in his first appearance this season. So kind of getting his strength back, as they're obviously most of these guys are still ramping up after a long winter and a shortened 2020. Count 3-1 now on Stevens as Roberts misses low and outside. Stevens 2 for 2 today. Halfway to the cycle. He's already done the toughest part of it with a triple. That triple back in the third brought home the Reddies' only run, scored Alex Day. Stevens off the end of the bat, floating liner, and I thought that was caught by the shortstop, Clary. He makes the throw over to first and gets Stevens for good measure. I thought that ball was caught. It's an out either way, whether it's a ground out or a line out. Just depends on how it is scored. But I didn't see a signal from either umpire, so we didn't see anybody signal that Stevens was out before the ball hit the mitt of the first baseman, Gala, so that's going to be ruled a 6-3 ground out. 0-1 to Mitchell Jr., and quickly 0-2 as Roberts picks up the pace here in the bottom of the fifth. Roberts again working in his second inning, took over for the starter Lund in the bottom of the fourth. 0-2 to Mitchell Jr. High pop-up. Shallow center field. The second baseman Thompson arranges to his right after gathering his feet, and 2 very quick outs in the back pocket of Jared Roberts here in the bottom of the fifth. Joe Myers, the Reddies shortstop and cleanup hitter, will try to jumpstart his afternoon. Myers 0 for 2. Myers now 1 for 3. That didn't take long. First pitch Myers saw off the at-bat, and he jumped all over it. Myers, I think, changed the approach from the last time. Myers, in his first 2 at-bats, got down 0-2 and said, I'm not going to let the pitcher get in front of me this time, and he sends it right back up the box, and the Reddies have a base runner. Here with 2 outs at the bottom of the fifth. They've also got their 5th hit. The Reddies have 5 hits to the Bull Weevils 4, but Bull Weevils in front 3-1. Henderson State trying to put together a little 2-out rally of their own as Alec Lewis, the local product out of Arkadelphia, leaves it low in the dirt. Perino keeps it in front and checks on Myers. Just gives him a look. Myers scurries back to first after the exaggerated secondary lead. 1-0. 2-0. Perino maybe a little bit frustrated. He wanted the call there. 2 balls, no strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the fifth. The Reddies have Joe Myers leading off first. They're down 3-1. Alec Lewis, the lefty, right fielder, bats and takes it outside 3-0. So 2 very quick outs in the bottom of the fifth for Roberts. Stevens grounded out to short. Mitchell Jr. popped out to second, but Myers singles, and now Alec Lewis has a 3-0 count, and Roberts in danger of putting 2 runners on board. 3-0. Lewis swinging away, 3-0. At the green light, fouls it off into the netting behind home plate. Lewis, in 13 starts last year, batted .476. Not too shabby this year, .421. That'll get the job done. 3-1. This is hit hard. Right center field gap and carrying off the bottom of the wall. Myers being waved around third. throw comes home off the line over the head of the catcher Perino, and Henderson State makes it a one-run ball game with a two-out double from Alec Lewis. A big, big spot for Lewis, and he delivers as Henderson State is within one here in the bottom of the fifth. Well, Monticello got two in the fourth with two outs. Henderson State looking to return the favor. Inning continues as Cade Tucker digs in and takes a breaking ball for a strike on the inner half. Tucker 1 for 2 today. Struck out in the second and singled in the fourth. 0-1. Another breaking ball. Same pitch. That was slightly closer to the middle of the plate, but it's the same result. Tucker waits, watches, and here's a second strike called. Tucker trying to tie the game. 2 outs against him, 2 strikes on him as well, and takes that one in the dirt as Roberts wastes one. Roberts working in his second inning of relief. A base hit to the outfield from Tucker ties it. He'll stay alive. Fouls it off 1 and 2. Tucker played in 20 games for the Reddies last season. Started 19 of them. Making his 4th start this afternoon. 1-2. Tucker fouls another one off. Good pitch by Roberts and a good defensive swing by Tucker to stay alive. Tucker, redshirt sophomore out of Conway, Arkansas. Plays some infield, but he's DHing for the Reddies today. 1-2. Chopper left side of the infield. Johnson, the third baseman, ranges over and makes the play. He nabbed it right in front of the shortstop, Clary, and made a strong throw to get Tucker by his step. The Reddies score 1 and leave 1 in the 5th. They're down 1 as we go to the 6th. UAM up 3-2. We'll come back on the Henderson State Sports Network. Yep. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. We're in the top of the 6th. Henderson State is down 1, 3-2 to the visitors, the Arkansas Monticello Boll Weevils, who will bring up 3-4-5 here in the 6th. Jordan Johnson, Andrew Perino, and Aaron Gala due up. Johnson, right now, as it stands, has the game-winning hit. 2-run triple in the top of the 4th. First pitch to Johnson. In there for a strike. 0-1 to UAM's all-conference, all-region, maybe all-American caliber third baseman. 0-1. Off the end of the bat, that's foul. Johnson has been fantastic in his career at UAM. Johnson in 122 games, so about 3/4 of a major league season, if you want to make that comparison. 331 average, 123 hits, 123 runs, 157 hits, 34 doubles, 29 homers, 115 RBIs. That is an absurd line. He grounds to the right side to the second baseman, Cowart, and Cowart scoops it off the turf, fires to first, and retires Johnson for the first out of the inning. So Colasanto got the start at second this afternoon in Game 1 of our doubleheader. He was pinch hit for by Cameron Whitmore, and then Logan Cowart replaced Whitmore in the field. So that's the one defensive change that's been made by the Reddies so far, is Ethan Perry works with one out and fires a strike to Andrew Perino here in the top of the sixth. 0-1 to Perino. Perino resting the bat on the shoulders. Open stance for Perino. Swings and grounds this one to Joe Myers. Sunday hop for Myers, who lowballs Grayson Stevens, but a great backhanded pick over at first by Stevens for the second out of the inning. And Perry working quickly, working effectively here in the sixth. Perry has been so impressive for Henderson State at the inception of his career. A true freshman out of McKinney, Texas, and he has performed well beyond his years and his opportunities. Again, Perry came in to a tough spot, got out of a jam against Southern Arkansas back on February 12th. He went 1 1/3, gave up one hit, and struck out one. So far today, he's gone 2 innings, 1 hit. He's walked 3, but none of those walks have resulted in runs, as he's working with an even count, 1-1 to the first baseman Gala for the Boll Weevils. 2-1, low and outside. Gala, solid day at the dish, 1 for 2. Singled in the first, brought home a run. That was the game's first run. Walked in the third and flew out to center in the fourth. 2-1. Gala keeps the bat back, but takes a strike either way. Inside fastball. Perry gets the call. Perry still looking for his first strikeout. He's been very democratic, but he'll look to do it himself and end a 1-2-3 inning. This is low and outside. That was the same spot as the pitch that made it a 2-1 count. Now it's 3-2. Perry steps off, adjusts the arm sleeve on the right forearm, and right back on the rubber. Nobody aboard. 2 outs, top of the sixth. UAM leads 3-2. And this is hammered deep left field. Mitchell Jr. comes on to make the play, and he cannot do it. Mitchell Jr. couldn't make the sliding catch. And UAM has a base runner here in the sixth, as Gala has his second hit of the day. So Henderson State, I don't believe the Reddies have had a 1-2-3 inning this afternoon. They've gone close, but UAM has been very tough with 2 outs against him. Perry's first pitch to Fakuri popped up, and Logan Cowart makes a long run and a basket catch on the boundary of fair and foul territory. I think he was in foul territory when he made the play, but what a play by Logan Cowart. He made about a 120 4-foot run from second base to the right field line, and in the Bermuda Triangle over there, he makes the play for the third out of the inning. So Perry works around a 2-out base hit, and the Reddies will bat in the bottom of the 6th, down 1, 3-2 ball game on the Henderson State Sports Network. Jared Roberts remains on the hill for the Boll Weevils as we resume play here in the bottom of the 6th. Bryson Haskins due up for the Reddies. It'll be 7-8-9 for HSU. Haskins lays down the bunt and beats the throw. Haskins playing a little small ball for HSU as Roberts, the pitcher, fielded his position. Right off the bat, it didn't look like an A-plus bunt from Haskins, but he got it down and flew down the first baseline. And when you're as fast as Bryson Haskins, it doesn't need to be perfectly placed. Henderson State with a leadoff bunt single here in the bottom of the 6th, and Haskins represents the game's tying run as Logan Cowart digs in, and Haskins will go to second as the first pitch to Cowart gets away from Perino. Score that a pass ball. And Haskins will take 2. So Henderson State, in the first 2 pitches of the bottom of the 6th, they've got a bunt single. A pass ball moves Haskins to second, and now a big spot for Logan Cowart as he pulls the bat back on the bunt attempt. As the count goes to 2-0. Cowart did not start. Again, Colasanto started at second in the 8-hole. Colasanto was pitch hit for by Whitmore. As Cowart takes another ball 3, and then Cowart replaced Whitmore in the field and obviously the lineup, and we will have a visit to the mound by Boll Weevils head man John Harvey, as Jared Roberts has had a tough start to the bottom of the 6th here. Again, Bryson Haskins, a bunt single on the first pitch of the inning, then a pass ball by the catcher Andrew Perino. That allowed Haskins to go to second. 3-0 now on Logan Cowart, who in his first few years for the Reddies has been known for his glove, but he's got it going with his bat. Cowart, small sample size, 7 ABs this season, but he's got 4 hits and would love one here. That might tie this ball game. That's in the dirt. That's an easy take and an easy walk for Cowart, who will go to a vacant first, and now the Reddies have 2 on and nobody out in the bottom of the 6th. So the game tying and the game leading base runners aboard for the Reddies. Henderson State put their first 2 hitters on the base paths with nobody out in the bottom of the 4th. Could not score. We'll try to flip the script here as Alex Day checks his swing and takes the ball inside, 1-0. And back in the fourth, to start the inning, Lewis walked. Tucker singled through the left side, but the Reddies could do no more, and UAM got out of the inning unscathed. And then the Reddies had nothing going in the fifth, but got a run with 2 outs. 1-0 to Day. That's fouled off, 1-1. In the fifth, Stevens grounded out to short. Mitchell Jr. popped up to second, and it was looking like a lightning-quick 1-2-3 inning for Roberts, but then Myers singled up the middle on the first pitch he saw. Alec Lewis doubled up off the right center field wall that scored Myers, and the Reddies made it a 1-run ball game. And a base hit for Day might tie it, 1-1. Outside, 2-1. Day has had a fantastic afternoon, both behind the plate with the glove and at the plate with the bat. Day 1 for 1. He scored the Reddies' first run off a Grayson Stevens triple in the third. 2-1. Another foul ball from Day. Day, a redshirt freshman from Ashdown, Arkansas, also the hometown of Henderson State's All-American defensive back Ricardo Anderson. 2-2 today. High. Up at the neck. 3-2 now. Roberts, the UAM reliever, took over at the start of the fourth for the Bull Weevils' right-handed starter Matt Lund. Works 2+. Big spot now. 3-2 full count today. Breaking ball, strike 3. A massive first out as Day swings through, and Roberts gets the K, his first in now 2 1/3 innings, and the order resets for the Reddies. Caden Argenbright digs in looking for his first hit, and you would think he is due. 0 for 3. Argenbright swings and fouls off the first pitch of the AB. Argenbright comes into the afternoon with a lot of success at the plate. Argenbright third on the team in average with a 4.09 out of qualified hitters. 0-1. Lone outside. 1-1. Reddies down by 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. 3-2 ball game. Reddies trail in the bottom of the 6th. The Reddies have 2 aboard. Haskins on second. Coward on first. That's outside. Skips off the turf in front of Perino, but is kept in front by the UAM catcher. Argenbright, the freshman. A big spot here. Base hit to the outfield likely ties this ball game. 2-1. Argenbright inside outs it, but it's foul. Down the third base line. Count even now. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 out. Two on, excuse me. Just 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. Henderson State out hitting UAM. 7 hits to 5, but Henderson State's pitching staff has walked 7 Bull Weevil batters. 2-2. Argenbright strikes out. Back-to-back Ks for Roberts. And all of a sudden, this opportunity for the Reddies quickly dissipating, but Grayson Stevens, who has had a great game so far, digs back in. Stevens 2 for 3, a triple and a double. First pitch to Stevens, swinging and missing. Stevens was swinging for the fences there. Henderson State put 2 on with nobody out in the 4th, couldn't score. They put 2 on with nobody out here in the 6th, but back-to-back strikeouts. 0-1. Stevens flutters this one, foul territory. Johnson can't make the diving play, just in just behind the Reddies head coach, Cody Hooten, who is in the third base coaching box. Johnson made an excellent sliding catch in foul territory earlier this afternoon, but was just a step late there, but simply a foul ball, and Roberts can live with it because he's ahead 0-2. Stevens trying to tie it. Runners will go on contact. They do. It's sent right side, a slow roller to Thompson. He gloves it and retires Stevens. So Henderson State wastes a bunt single and a walk. The Reddies had 2 on with nobody out in now the 6th and the 4th, but they come up with window frames in both innings, and UAM leads by 1 as we go to the last third of our ball game. We'll be back top 7 when we return on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. We bring it back and we enter the final third of this ball game. 7th inning here as the Reddies have their third pitcher taking the hill. First pitch swinging. And it flutters out of play as Joe Jocko fouls it off. Blake Patterson replaces Ethan Perry, who had replaced the starter Austin Cross. Perry with another excellent outing for the Reddies. Can't say enough about this young hurler from McKinney, Texas. 0-1. 1-1. Patterson does not get the call, outer edge. Perry, the true freshman, goes 2 1/3 innings. Got the last out of the 4th, worked the 5th and the 6th as well. 2 hits, 3 walks. It's off the plate in front of the catcher, Day. He gloves it with a little basket catch and throws out Jocko by a step and a half as he hustled down the first base line. A nice play by Day. That's an awkward play, but Day continues to play beyond his years behind home plate as a freshman, and he's also had a great day at the plate, singling and walking as the 9th hitter for Henderson State. So with Josh Aguilar nursing a little bit of an injury right now, it's been great to have Alex Day backing him up and helping the Reddies behind home plate. 1-1 now as Patterson induces the swinging strike from Grant Shepard. Shepard 0 for 3 today. 1-1. 2-1. Shepard reached on an error in the 2nd. Flew out to center in the 4th and flew out to right in the 5th. He bats here. 2-1 count in the 7th, and now it's 3-1. Patterson misses high and outside. Patterson, the most tenured member of the Reddies pitching staff, this being his 68th career appearance, and he walks Shepard on 5 pitches. Patterson, no doubt, probably upset with himself, walking UAM's 8-hitter with the bases empty on 5 pitches, and a guy who had yet to get a hit today. Don't want to give any free passes, but the Reddies pitching staff has given too many of them today. 8 walks now for the Reddies pitching staff, and usually that's not going to do the job against a team like Arkansas Monticello, but Henderson State is right in this ball game, just down 1. Both teams have put a lot of runners on base, but not done a great job of getting them home. Henderson State has left 9 on base. Monticello, they have left 12 on the base paths. 1-0 to the 9-hitter. Clary fouls it off and out of play. Clary doubled in the 5th. It was a great piece of hitting by Clary. Perry, the Reddies freshman who was on the hill at the time, threw him a breaking ball that dove in on Clary's hands, but Clary just fought it off into shallow left field, and it had so much spin on it, it basically took a left turn into the concrete wall down the left field line, and Clary hustled in for a 2-bagger. Hit and run may have been on there for UAM as Shepard took off, but he'll return to first base as Clary fouls it off and is now behind 1-2 to the Reddies' 3rd pitcher of the day, second reliever Blake Patterson. Patterson, the senior out of Benton, Arkansas, looking for the strikeout. Doesn't get it. Breaking ball dives in at the toes of Clary. Count evened up 2-2. 1 on, 1 out. Top of the 7th. It's been a tight ball game since the onset. UAM got 1 in the 1st. The Reddies tied it in the 3rd. UAM got 2 in the 4th. Reddies got 1 back in the 5th. Runner and no throw as Shepard steals second. And now the double play, or at least the conventional double play, unavailable as Clary took the 2-2 upstairs for a ball. The count full now, 3-2. Patterson looks in, comes set, taps the toe. Comes home, misses high. 9th walk offered by the Reddies pitching staff, and both runners aboard have reached with a walk, and that's just something you can't afford to do against a team like Arkansas Monticello. You can't walk the 8-9 hitter. And the order resets for Arkansas Monticello. Kate Thompson has flipped the script so far today. Started 0 for 2, has reached safely his last 2 times up, including a double in the 4th. Didn't pull the trigger there. Watch a strike 1. 0-1. 2 runners on, 1 out here, top of the 7th. Shepard on second, Clary on first, both reaching by way of the walk. Patterson, the Reddies' righty reliever, comes set, comes to the plate, and he's ahead 0-2 now as Thompson fights it foul and out of play. Patterson again making his 68th appearance. Patterson responsible for 2 of the Reddies' 5 wins this season, even though he's thrown just 2 1/3 innings. 0-2 looking for the K. Doesn't get it. This is sent to center field. Haskins makes the play. Shepard tags, goes to third, and slides in safely. And UAM has runners on the corners with 2 outs now for Hudson Hopkins, who will try to give UAM an early insurance run here in the top of the 7th. Obviously, you think of insurance runs more being in the kind of the top of the ninth, but UAM will certainly not turn one down here. Hopkins 0 for 1, but he's walked 3 times and scored twice. First pitch from Patterson, that's outside. Day leans into the opposite batter's box to keep that in front. Count 1-0. Both runners on board by way of the walk. Shepard led off the inning with a walk, stole second, and advanced to third on the flyout by Thompson just moments ago. 1-0. This is hit hard. Deep left field. Mitchell Jr. looking back, looking up. It's off the bottom of the wall. That scores 1. Runner coming around from third. He will score as well. That's Clary, and UAM has their second 2-run extra base hit of the day. Jordan Johnson had a 2-run triple in the 4th. Hudson Hopkins a 2-run double here in the 7th, and Monticello goes up 5-2 with another massive 2-out extra base hit. And the story really for the Reddies today has just been the walks. 8 and 9 hitters scoring on the 2-run double for the Boll Weevils, and both runs scored after walks issued by Patterson, who now works against Johnson and misses high and outside. 1-0 to Johnson, who's 1 for 4 today, a 2-run triple in the 4th inning. 1-0 to Johnson. Hopkins leads off second, and that gets by Day, and Hopkins moves to third. Patterson and Day may have miscommunicated there. I'm not sure if Day was expecting the pitch selection or the placement. 2 balls and no strikes, 2 outs to Jordan Johnson, who's UAM's most dangerous hitter. Henderson State is, to be completely honest, done a pretty good job against him today, all things considered. He does have the 2-run triple, but he's also batted every single time he's come up to the plate. He's had runners on base, so anytime you can limit Jordan Johnson to a 1 for 4 day, at least, that's not a bad job. 2-1. 2-2. Nice pitch by Patterson. Johnson, I think, thought that was going to stay upstairs, but it dipped down and caught the zone. Evens the count. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Patterson trying to get out of the inning. He does. Induces the swinging strike 3, but not after a 2-run, 2-out double off the bat of Hudson Hopkins. UAM does get those insurance runs. Their lead goes back to 3, 5-2. Reddies will bat in the bottom of the 7th when we come back on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Henderson State with work to do. They've got 9 outs to work with. They're down by 3, 5-2 UAM. UAM 5 runs on just 6 hits. But the walk has been the bugaboo of the Reddies pitching staff today. Reddies have issued 9 walks, hit 2 more batters as Danny Mitchell Jr. swings and misses at the first pitch of the bottom of the 7th. Continues to work against Jared Roberts, who has officially gone 3+ now as he faces Mitchell Jr. Mitchell Jr. lays down the bunt down the first base line, and he is safe. Gets around the tag of the first baseman, Gala. Mitchell Jr. sprinted straight down the first baseline and then took a turn, which you are obviously allowed to do, and avoided the tag. So that is Henderson State's second bunt single of the day, second bunt single in as many innings. Bryson Haskins led off the bottom of the 6th with a bunt single. Danny Mitchell Jr. does the same thing in the bottom of the 7th. Henderson State now with the leadoff runner on in 3 of the last 4 innings. As Joe Myers bats here with nobody retired and Danny Mitchell Jr. on first in the bottom of the 7th. It's funny, the Reddies got 2 on with nobody out in the 4th, got 2 on with nobody out in the 6th. They had 2 outs and nobody on in the 5th, and that's the inning where they scored their run. 1 ball to Myers. He takes inside, 2-0. So Henderson State's been a little bit better today, hitting with 2 outs than they have in any other situation. The Reddies are 3 for 9 with 2 outs today, but unfortunately just 1 for 11 overall with runners in scoring position. 2-0, hitters count to Myers. This is popped up, shallow right field, and it's dropped. It's dropped by the right fielder, Jocko. He called off the second baseman, Thompson, and I think that is a big mistake by Arkansas Monticello. That's ruled an error on the right fielder, Jocko, and it looked like Thompson was camped under it and was ready to make the play. But a big, big result for the Reddies, and that error is going to end the day of Jared Roberts, who will finish with 3+ innings pitched. Did not record an out in the bottom of the 7th. Roberts, 5 hits, 1 run. It was earned. 3 walks, 2 strikeouts. Roberts will leave in line for the win. Lund got the start for UAM, but as Lund only went 3 innings of a 9-inning game, will not get credited with a win. So Roberts leaves. Good outing for Roberts. And he is in line for the win, unless the Reddies can tie this ball game up. We'll take a break on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Cladberry Field. Henderson State gets a big break. An error charged to the right fielder of UAM, Jocko, and the Reddies have 2 runners on base Nobody out here. Bottom of the 7th, Alec Lewis bats for the Reddies, and UAM has a new pitcher as Ohani Chacon replaces Jared Roberts. Roberts took over for Matt Lund, went 3+ innings, but Chacon takes over with nobody out here and 2 runners aboard in the bottom of the 7th. 2 strikes quickly against Alec Lewis. 1 fastball, 1 breaking ball, both looking, and Chacon ahead 0-2. Chacon was very solid last year in the COVID-shortened season. 3.83 ERA, 4-0 in 19 appearances, 49 1/3 innings. Struck out 41 batters. So a strikeout in 4 out of every 5 innings. Chacon steps off. Alec Lewis, the Reddies' lefty hitter, the Reddies' right fielder, digs in, twirls the bat, circular motion. 0-2 to Lewis. That's a base hit through. Mitchell Jr. will be held at third. It trickles through the left side of the infield. And Henderson State has loaded the bases with nobody out in the bottom of the 7th. Arkansas Monticello got a couple of insurance runs in the top half of this inning. But Henderson State, a chance to erase this lead if they can bring home everybody who's on the base paths. Obviously don't have to do it right now. They've got 3 outs to work with as Cade Tucker digs in. Mitchell Jr. on third, Myers on second, Lewis on first. Bunt single, Myers reached on an error. Lewis singles to the left side as Tucker checks his swing but takes a fastball for a strike on the outer half. Tucker singled through the left side in the 4th. He's 1 for 3 today. Looking to go 2 for 4 and add a ribby or 2. 0-1, and Tucker fouls it off and out of play. The shade being generated by the trees surrounding Clyde-Berry Field now covering the majority of the infield. But outfielders still dealing with the sun. And that's been a factor all day. 0-2 to Tucker. That's outside 1-2. Tucker started the day with a .455 average, 5 hits and 11 at-bats. 4 of those 5 hits for extra bases, 2 dingers and 2 doubles. 1-2 to Tucker. Popped up, center field. This might be deep enough to score Mitchell Jr. Mitchell Jr. tags. He's going to come home, and he will score. The throw is cut off by the first baseman, Gala, and Mitchell Jr., arguably the fastest Reddy, and definitely the best base stealer on the ball club, takes home, and Tucker has an RBI. It's a 2-run ball game, but I'm pretty sure UAM is content to trade that run for an out, as the bases now have 2 Reddies aboard them. First and third for HSU. Fastball misses outside. Haskins works with a 1-0 count. Myers on second, Lewis on first. Haskins 1 for 3 today. Reached on a bunt single in the 6th. 1-0. That's inside as Haskins jumps out of the way. 2-0. Haskins never really got going last season. Was kind of coming back from a little injury and just never got it rolling. But he's had a much better start to this year. 3-0. Easy take for Haskins, and Chacon one pitch away from reloading the bases. The Reddies have pushed one across already here in the bottom of the seventh. They still trail by 2. UAM's been in front for pretty much the entire game. They got 1 on the top of the first. Reddies tied it in the third, but UAM has been in front, back in front, since they got 2 more in the top of the fourth. Haskins thought that was ball 4, but the fastball nibbles the knees, and Chacon into the strike column. Still a hitter's count for Haskins, 3-1. 1 out here in the bottom of the seventh, 2 on for the Reddies. Tucker has scored 1 run brought home 1 run in the inning with a sac fly that scored Mitchell Jr. Haskins takes another fastball, same spot, a more convincing strike, and that count goes full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and 1 out for Bryson Haskins, the Reddies' center fielder. In a big spot, 3-2. He swings and misses, and Henderson State has 2 outs against them now. Here in the bottom of the seventh, and if the Reddies can't come back and tie and win this game, they're going to kick themselves from their missed opportunities. The Reddies put 2 on with nobody out in the fourth, the sixth, and then loaded the bases with nobody out in the seventh, and in all those opportunities have scored just 1 run. Logan Cowart swings through a breaking ball. 0-1 on Cowart. Chacon has done a fantastic job out of the bullpen. Took over for Roberts, who had his day ended as the 2 first Reddies who batted in the bottom of the seventh got on board. Cowart grounds out to first as Gala swipes it off the deck, steps on the bag. Henderson State loads the bases with nobody out, but can only score 1 run. And the Reddies have now stranded 11, and they trail by 2. We'll go to the 8th. You're listening to Reddies Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. 8th inning, nearing the conclusion of Game 1 of 2 today, as Blake Patterson goes back onto the hill and faces Andrew Perino. Starts the UAM catcher with a strike, back into the windup, and quickly strike 2 on Perino. Patterson pitched the 7th, took over for Ethan Perry, gave up 2 runs, both on walks, as he strikes out Perino on 3 pitches, 3 off-speed pitches. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night to Andrew Perino. Patterson's 2nd strikeout, but to be a little bit clearer, Patterson walked 2, and those 2 walks turned into 2 runs. It wasn't that he walked 2 batters that brought home runs on walks. We talked about it a couple minutes ago, talked about it throughout the broadcast. It's been the walks today that have really hurt the Reddies pitching staff. 9 walks by the Reddies today. UAM only 6 hits on 5 runs. If you would have told me UAM would have 6 hits through the first 7 1/3 innings of this ball game, I think if a Reddy fan's got to take that, given UAM's prowess at the plate. But the walks have hurt. The Reddies have also hit 2 batters. 4 out of UAM's 5 runs today have scored after walks. 2-1. 3-1 now as gets away from Day. Nobody aboard, so no issue. Austin Cross got the start for Henderson State. Went 3 2/3 as Patterson walks his 3rd batter, and the Reddy staff now up to 10 walks as a team. Cross started, gave up 3 hits, 3 runs, all of them earned. He walked 4, struck out 1. Ethan Perry, the freshman, worked 2 1/3, 2 hits. He walked 3, didn't strike out anybody, but he didn't allow any runs. And Blake Patterson has now walked 3 batters in 1 1/3 inning. As this is grounded back up the middle, Joe Myers has to go off his glove, and Arkansas Monticello now has runners on second and third as Gala round second, goes to third, and Facuri follows behind him and goes to second on the throw. Facuri will now exit the game in favor of a pinch runner. Hard to tell who that runner is out on second base. Looks like it's going to be Deshaun Cordova. Patterson misses with the breaking ball, 1-0 to Jocko. UAM got 2 insurance runs in the top of the 7th to make it 5-2. The Reddies got one back in the bottom to make it 5-3, but another big spot for Arkansas Monticello. Grounded to third. Argenbright makes the play, comes home. Day makes the catch and puts the tag on Gala for the second out of the inning. That saves a run. What a play by Argenbright. He shielded the sun as the ball took a high hop off the turf and had to make a strong, accurate throw. He did just that. Day positioned himself well and put the tag on Gala for out number 2. And Henderson State, the way they've been leaving runners stranded on the base paths, they can't afford to get down by any more right now. The Reddies down 2. They have 6 outs to work with. But UAM looking to add at least one more in the inning. Arkansas Monticello has been excellent with 2 outs. 6 of 13, the Bull Weevils with 2 outs against them. That is 6 of their 7 hits have come with 2 outs for UAM. So basically UAM's scoring today, they've walked runners on, and they've brought them home with 2 outs. That's pretty much been the recipe for the Bull Weevils. Patterson gets the call in the outer half, 0-1. Runners on the corners, 2 outs for UAM, top of the 8th. The Reddies down 5-3. Runner takes off. That's Jocko, going to second from first. No throw. UAM might have been trying to induce a throw and put the double steal on and play a little small ball. But the force at second dissipates. Shepard digs in. 0 for 3. Walked and scored in the 7th. And what really hurt about those 2 runs that scored in the 7th and made it 5-3 were the fact that both walks were offered to the 8-9 hitter for UAM. 1-2. This is laced through the right side. This scores Cordova. Jocko will score as well. And UAM has gotten 2 more 2-out RBIs here in the 7th and now the 8th. And Henderson State is down 4 as UAM continues to be fantastic hitting with 2 outs. Now UAM has 7 hits with 2 outs here today. 7 of their 8 hits have come with 2 outs against them, and the Reddies have been close to getting out of so many jams, but the Reddies have also played with fire today. Again, you can't afford to walk 10 guys against a lineup like this and get away with it. UAM has made them pay, really, in the last couple innings. Henderson State got away with it early on. UAM left 11 guys stranded in the first 5 innings, but 2 by the Boll Weevils in the 7th and 2 so far in the 8th. And Henderson State's comeback just got a little tougher as it's 7-3 Boll Weevils, as this one is shot right side into the glove of Cowart. He makes the play to retire Clary. That's the 3rd out of the inning, but UAM gets 2 more. They're 6 outs away from opening the series with a victory. Henderson State with more work to do when we come back on the Henderson State Sports Network. Alex Day digs in for the Reddies to start the 8th. Henderson's task getting taller as this game gets closer to its conclusion. Reddies down 4, 6 outs to work with. Here as we start the bottom of the 8th. Monticello has taken advantage of their opportunities last 2 innings. UAM with 2 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th. As Day looks at a fastball at the knees. 1-1 the count now. Henderson State has had its opportunities today. Reddies have left 11 runners on base. Chacon comes to the plate off the end of the bat and fouled back. The Reddies put 2 runners aboard in the 4th and the 6th. They loaded the bases with nobody out in the 7th. But in those 3 innings of opportunities, only could score 1 run. Reddies also won in the 5th, 1 in the 3rd, but it has not been enough as UAM leads 7-3. Chacon misses outside, now comes to the dish, 2-2. That misses low and outside, 3-2. Day has had a good day behind the plate with the glove and the mask. Catching for the Reddies, has had a good day with the bat in the hand. 1 for 2. He's also walked. It's pretty good for your 9-hitter. 3-2. Swings and misses. Day, though, has gone down swinging on his last 2 trips to the plate. Struck out in the 6th, now goes down waving and missing in the 8th. And Henderson State starts the 8th with a swinging strike 3 as Caden Argenbright looks to find something to hang his hat on. 0 for 4. Swinging at the first pitch, inside outs this one to the shortstop Clary. He charges fields and fires for the second out on one pitch, as the lights dimming on the Reddies right now. 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. The Reddies down 7-3. Simply put, UAM has put together more clutch hits today than the Reddies, and Henderson State's pitching staff has just offered too many free passes to the Boll Weevils today. UAM as a lineup has walked 10 times, been hit twice, as Henderson State now, where the Grayson Stevens is hit by a pitch, and the Reddies, a little life here in the bottom of the 8th. As Stevens reaches for the 3rd time, he's 2 for 4, a double and a triple for Stevens. Stevens tied the ball game in the bottom of the 3rd for the Reddies with a triple that got under the glove of the right fielder Jocko and rolled all the way to the wall. That scored Alex Day, but Henderson State has not really been able to build on that, as Arkansas Monticello is up 7-3 here in the bottom of the 8th. Danny Mitchell Jr. looking for hits in back-to-back plate appearances. Mitchell Jr. played a little small ball last time at the dish. A bunt single to lead off the 7th, and came around on a sac fly. Brought home by Henderson State's designated hitter, Cade Tucker. But the Reddies couldn't score any more after they had loaded the bases with nobody out. 2-0 to Mitchell Jr., 3-0. And a little pressure on Chacon as he got the first 2 outs of the inning in the blink of an eye, but now 1 pitch away from putting 2 on and 2 out here in the bottom of the 8th. Mitchell Jr. waits 3-0. Takes a strike in her half, 3-1. The Reddies, 3 runs on 9 hits. The Boll Weevils, 7 runs on just 8 hits. Chacon fires to first. Checks on Stevens. I think that might be the first throw to first we've had all day today, which is kind of surprising in a college baseball game. Not a lot of running going on between these two teams, as Mitchell Jr. leaves the fastball low, and Henderson State all of a sudden trying to put together a little 2-out rally. The Reddies obviously don't have to do it all in this inning. They've got the bottom of the 9th to work with. You'd love to, down 4, hypothetically, you'd love to cut the lead in half, make your load a little bit lighter if you got a chance in the 9th. And after 2 quick outs from Chacon in the bottom of the 8th, he hit Stevens and walked Mitchell on 5 pitches, and now Joe Myers has a big opportunity here to drive home a run. That's a fastball taken above the belt for a ball, 1-0. Myers has been the Reddies' most dangerous hitter through the first 6 games. He comes into the weekend leading the GAC with 15 RBIs. Takes a strike, outer edge. 1-1. Myers does not have an RBI today, but his hit streak extended to 7 games now. He got a hit in every game for the Reddies. 1-1 to Myers. Fouled. 1-2. So that hit streak extended to 7. And the RBI streak is at 6. He's got a hit and an RBI in every game he's played this season. Henderson State would love that streak to extend to 7. He'll have to do it with 2 strikes against him. Chacon, 1-2 to the plate. Off the end of the bat. That's foul. And Myers will see at least 1 more. Stevens on second, Mitchell on first. Chacon looks in. The lefty comes set, looks at second, looks at the plate, comes there. Swinging strike three, Myers down for the second time today. Chacon puts two on and wipes them clean with a strikeout. Top of the ninth, UAM looking to add more insurance when we come back on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Arkadelphia in the late afternoon, early evening hours at Clydeberry Field, top of the ninth, in the first of our two games here at Henderson State today. The Reddies hosting Arkansas Monticello. The Reddies have had their opportunities today but have not taken advantage. UAM leads 7-3, top of the ninth. Monticello is certainly hoping this is the last time they bat, as the Reddies have their fourth pitcher, a new pitcher out on the mound. It is Trevor Gracie in the ball game for HSU. Gracie missing low on back-to-back pitches to UAM's Cade Thompson. Gracie, sophomore out of Spring, Texas, transferred from Brookhaven College. 2-0 from Gracie. That's a fastball, missing down low, 3-0. The walks may have become contagious. 4 walks in 3 2/3 by the Reddy starter Cross, 3 walks in 2 1/3 by Perry, 3 walks in 2 innings by Patterson. Gracie gets a strike called with a fastball, 3-1 to Thompson, who is 1 for 4 today with a walk, so this is his 6th plate appearance. 3-1 from Gracie. That is popped up. Shallow left field. Myers, the Reddy shortstop, shuffles over and makes the catch for the first out of the inning. The Reddies pitching staff has done a really good job of getting the first out in the majority of the innings. Today, that's the 8th time, 9 out of 9 innings the Reddies have gotten the first out of the inning, which is, it doesn't seem like that big of a deal, but if you get the first out of the inning, it dramatically lowers the chances that the other team will score. But like I said, it's just been the walks that's been the trouble for HSU today, as Hudson Hopkins cannot check his swing. Quickly 0-2 on Hopkins, who has had a great day at the plate. 1 for 2, 3 walks, 2 ribbies for Hopkins. Gracie way ahead, 0-2, looking for the K. Not going to get it. Hopkins leaves it downstairs as it kicks away from Day, but no issue as the bases are empty. Top of the 9th inning. Reddies down 7-3. Monticello trying to add some more. 1, 2, 3 due up in the inning. This is number 2 after Thompson popped up to short. Swinging strike 3, ball in the dirt. Day picks it up, fires to first. And Hopkins is retired for the second out of the inning. But the Reddies cannot relax. It's been time and time again today the Reddies have gotten the first 2 outs of the inning without any runners on board for UAM, and things have gone wrong. UAM's added runs in situations like these a couple times, and Henderson State can't afford to make the hole any larger, as they've only got 3 outs left to work with, and they come to bat in the 9th. Johnson, who the Reddies have done a pretty good job against today, he's just 1 for 5. Slaps it left side, make him 2 for 6. Argenbright ranged over closer to the shortstop, but could not make a diving play, and Johnson has a 2-out single. That'll bring up Andrew Perino, who is 0 for 3. Not a lot of 0 for 3 days for Andrew Perino, who's been a stalwart in the UAM lineup for the last couple seasons. Gracie misses down low, 1-0. Johnson leads off first for UAM. 2 outs here in the top of the 9th. Gracie to the plate. Chopped foul. 1-1 now the count. Gracie making his 3rd appearance for the Reddies, both in relief. He's gone 2 innings in each of his first 2 appearances. Gave up 2 earned runs against Southern Arkansas on February 12th. Gave up 1 earned run against Southern Nazarene in the first half of the doubleheader on February 27th, as Gracie misses with a breaking ball outside. Arkansas Monticello is now even the hit count, both team with 9. Gracie gets the call on the outer edge, 2-2. Trying to get the 3rd out of the inning, which has been easier said than done for the Reddies today. UAM has 8 of their 9 hits today with 2 outs, 8 of 16 with 2 outs. It's been tough to get out of the inning for the Reddies. This one is sent deep to center field, and this is going to go off the bottom of the wall, and the 2-out prowess of UAM continues. Once again, the Reddies get the first 2 outs of the inning with nobody on base. Before things suddenly change. It's been the same story time and time again. Johnson with the single, Perino with a double off the wall in center, and UAM now has scored in each of the last 3 innings. 2 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th, and 1 so far in the 9th. Boll Weevils 9 of 17 with 2 outs. Just an astronomical figure, as this is popped up foul territory. Stevens, the first baseman for the Reddies, over to the concrete wall in the right field line, but he runs out of room. Conference on the mound as Day jogs out to talk it over with his pitcher, Gracie. Two outs, man on second for UAM here in the top of the 9th. Boll Weevils up 9-3 in a game that's gotten away from the Reddies in the last third. 0-1 to Gala. Outside 1-1. Reddies trailed 1-0 after 1. Tied it in the 3rd with a Grayson Stevens triple, and since then it's pretty much been all UAM. UAM 2 in the 4th, in the 7th, and the 8th. 1 so far in the 9th. The Reddies with 1 in the 5th and the 7th, but Henderson State hasn't been able to put up a crooked number all day as Gala fouls it up and out of play. Monticello now retaking the lead in the hit column. UAM, although they did win the first game of their series last weekend against Northwestern Oklahoma State, but then fell in games 2 and 3. Henderson State might have to take that route if they want to win the series today, as Gala swings through strike 3. It's in the dirt, skips away from Day, but he throws to first no problem for the 3rd out. So once more, the Reddies get the first 2 outs of the inning, but once more, UAM hitting with 2 outs. They drive home another run, and Henderson State needs 5 in the bottom of the 9th to keep this game going. We'll take a break on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Bottom of the 9th, the Reddies need 5 to either win it in the 9th or send it to free baseball. Alec Lewis swings and fouls the first pitch. Off the netting behind home plate, 0-1. Henderson State down 8-3, bottom of the ninth. Monticello trying to slam the door as Ohani Chacon works in his third inning of action. UAM has split this game up in thirds with the pitching staff. Lund went the first three, Roberts went the next three, and Chacon in line to go the last three. 0-2. Outside, 1-2. Swinging strike three by Lewis. That's the first out of the inning. Cade Tucker digs in for the Reddies. Check swing. That's outside, ball one. Tucker 1 for 3, 1 ribby for the Reddies. 1-0. This is chop foul. Tucker brought home Danny Mitchell Jr. in the 7th with a sacrifice fly. The Reddies had loaded the bases with nobody out. At that time, they were down 5-2 and really felt like they were in this ball game. They had the game-tying run on first base, but only able to score one, and that kind of took the wind out of the Reddies' sails. 2-1 to Tucker now as Chacon misses with his fastball outside. Swinging strike two as the energy levels really starting to amp up from the Monticello dugout. They can smell a win on the horizon. 2-2. Strike three. Henderson State 9 strikeouts. The Reddies have definitely struck out more so in the last half of this ball game than they did in the first half. Haskins digs in for HSU. The Reddies are down to their last out. Haskins pops it up and out of play. Yeah, so the Reddies have struck out 9 times now as Haskins takes strike two. The Reddies have struck out 9 times. They only struck out twice in the first 5 innings, so 7 Ks for the Reddies as a lineup from the 6th inning on. Reddies down to their last strike. Down 8-3 in the bottom of the 9th. 0-2 to Haskins. He pokes it right side. First baseman Gala gloves it, and he beats Haskins to the bag for the final out. UAM wins it 8-3. We'll be back with the start of the second game in approximately 30 minutes. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field for the start of Game 2. We play 2 here on a beautiful Saturday in Arkadelphia. It's turned from Saturday afternoon to Saturday evening. First pitch between the Reddies and the visiting Arkansas Monticello Bull Weevils. Thrown at 5:39, 57 degrees. At first pitch, it was 60 degrees. That first pitch, a little less than 4 hours ago. Reddies started the first game at 1:56. This one starts at 5:39 as Braden Beebe takes the hill for game number 2 here this evening. Beebe for the Reddies stands 6'2". He's a local product from Arkadelphia. Was a former Badger, Arkadelphia High School. Beebe has served as the opener, which is kind of a new fad in baseball, where you have a pitcher start but only go 1, maybe 2 innings, and then hand off to a long reliever. 1-2. Misses on the outside edge. As Cade Thompson leads off, the lefty hitter for UAM playing second base. 2-2 count. It's chopped foul into the UAM dugout. Count remains 2-2. BB looking to start the day with a K. Outside with a fastball. Tips off the glove of Henderson State's catcher, Josh Aguilar. Alex Day was behind the plate for the Reddies in game number 1. He will start game number 2 in the dugout. Reddies catcher is Aguilar, who frames the fastball, but BB misses outside, and that's not a good indication of something the Reddies had a problem with in game 1, which was walks. The Reddies, as a staff, walked 10 Bull Weevil batters, hit 2, as Thompson leads off first after working the walk. Beebe. First pitch to Hopkins. Hopkins chops it left side and through between the shortstop, Myers, and the third baseman, Argenbright. And UAM, who scored 5 runs in the last 3 innings in game 1, is trying to pick up right where they left off. UAM got 2 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th, and 1 in the 9th. And won game 1 8-3. And they're threatening here in the top of the first. 2 Bull Weevils aboard. Nobody out here as Beebe works to UAM's most dangerous hitter, Jordan Johnson. Johnson leaves that one low. Ball 1. And now 2-0 in the dirt. Throw down to third. Oh, I thought Argenbright got the tag on Thompson, who was who went to third after it skipped away from Aguilar, who made a really strong throw down there. Hopkins did not follow Thompson, so he stays at first. If you're the trail runner there, you got to be following if the lead runner takes off like that. So the double play up the middle still in order. 2-0 from BB to Johnson as Johnson sends this one to shallow left, coming on Mitchell Jr. Can't make the play. And UAM leads 1-0 in the top of the first from an RBI single from Jordan Johnson. Johnson went 2 for 6 in game 1. Now he's 3 for 7 on the day. Johnson came into the weekend batting .500 in 3 games, was 6 for 12 last weekend at Northwestern Oklahoma State. UAM up 1-zip. Top of the first, 2 on. Still nobody out as BB misses high and outside to Aaron Gala, starting at first base for the second straight game for the Bull Weevils. That's clipped off the end of the bat, rolls into the UAM dugout. So Aguilar replaces Day behind home plate in the Reddies defense. And one other change, Logan Cowart starts at second. Daniel Colasanto started at second base in game number 1. He went 0 for 1 and committed an error, so not a great day for Colasanto as BB misses with the breaking ball and Gala leans out of the way, so that did not hit him. 2-1. One run already across for UAM in the top of the first. Johnson singled to bring home Thompson. 2-1. Swing and a miss. That may have been BB's best pitch so far. The count goes even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. BB making his 3rd appearance and his 3rd start. Looking for the first out on the 2-2. It's off the end of the bat. Long run. And Alec Lewis can't make a sliding play in foul territory. If he makes that play, Hopkins is going to tag and advance to 3rd. And Johnson may have a chance to go to 2nd, but probably wouldn't test Lewis as it wouldn't have been a terribly long throw from where he would have made the sliding catch. 2-2. BB comes set, still looking for the first out of the top of the first. Another foul off the bat of Gala. Gala, one of 2 Bull Weevils to have a multi-hit game in game 1 of the doubleheader. Johnson was 2 for 6, Gala 2 for 4. Gala has been excellent so far this season. Started 2 of UAM's 3 games against Northwestern Oklahoma State last weekend and had 4 hits and 7 at-bats, so he has he's been really, really good in a small sample size. Checks his swing, did not go around. The count goes full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. This is a big, big spot here for Braden Beebe. Looking for the K, which obviously gets the first out of the inning, keeps runners on 2nd and 3rd, or excuse me, 1st and 2nd, or you walk him and then load the bases with no outs. Beebe to the plate. This is sent to the left field, and a dipping line drive caught by Mitchell Jr., who got a decent read on it and charged to make the play for the first out. So obviously BB doesn't get the K, but same result as the base runners stay put. Hopkins on 2nd, Johnson on 1st. So 9 minutes after the first pitch, the Reddies have the first out of the game. Thompson walked, Hopkins singled, Thompson advanced to 3rd on a pitch that Aguilar couldn't handle. Then Johnson singled to left field, scoring Thompson and sending Hopkins to 2nd. Strike called. First pitch there to Dylan Borman, who did not play in game 1 of the doubleheader. Borman 1 for 7 in 2 games so far this season. No 1 to Borman, and now 0-2. Henderson State in home white uniforms. A lot of the Reddies have the long sleeves on. Stirrups for the Reddies, so The top half of the calf is red, the bottom is white. 0-2. Swing and a miss. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Braden Beebe, his best three-pitch sequence of the day, retires Borman. And all things considered, if Beebe can retire Nick Fakuri, then not the worst thing in the world, considering the first three guys that Beebe faced all reached. Fakuri swings and misses, and Beebe now 4 strikes in a row. 0-1 to Fakuri. Hopkins on second, Johnson on first. Johnson had the single and the RBI, which drove home Thompson. Fakuri gave it a half thought, keeps the bat back, 1-1. So Beebe is opened a couple games, serves as the Reddies opener in Game 2 of last weekend's series at Southern Nazarene, gave up 2 hits in 2 innings, struck out 4, and was replaced by Matthew Baker in the 16-3 win. 1-1. Swing and a miss. Fastball. 1-2. And Beebe 1 pitch away from limiting the damage here in the first. Beebe looking to end the inning with his second K. Fakuri did go around, and Beebe gets out of it. But Arkansas Monticello, 1 hit on 1 run. They leave 2. The Reddies will bat in the bottom half when we return on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field, bottom of the first, and the Reddies are in familiar territory. The Reddies fell behind 1-0 after the top half of the first in game number 1 of this Saturday doubleheader. Henderson State trying to flip the script. They fell in game 1 8-3, but Henderson State try to get things going with Caden Argenbright. The Reddies have not won a series against Arkansas Monticello since 2013. They'll need to win tonight. They'll need to win tomorrow if they want to change that. First pitch coming up to the Reddies' third baseman and lefty hitter Caden Argenbright. And he will face a member of the Great American Conference All-Name team, River Hunt. Hunt starts Argenbright with a strike, 0-1. 1-1 high and outside for Hunt. Hunt, right-hander for UAM, and he's gotten off to a great start as he fires the 1-1 into Argenbright. That tied up Argenbright. That had a lot of movement on it. Hunt, in 1 start so far this season, went 5, gave up 4 hits, 1 earned run, 3 walks, 5 Ks. Didn't get the decision against Northwestern Oklahoma State. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Argenbright stays alive, fouls it off weakly into the vicinity of the UAM dugout. Hunt ahead 1-2. Argenbright 0 for 5 in game 1 of the doubleheader. 1-2. Argenbright stays alive once more. Fouls it straight back into the netting behind home plate. Hunt, a junior out of Sherwood, Arkansas, went to Three Rivers Community College. Another 1-2 from Hunt. That's low. Count evened up 2-2. Argenbright fighting here with 2 strikes against him, leading off for the Reddies in the bottom of the first. Reddies trail 1-0. UAM took the lead with a RBI single from Jordan Johnson, top half, 2-2. Again, Argenbright fights it off. And UAM got 1 in the top of the first, but considering the situation, or the start for Braden Beebe, it could have been worse. UAM had their first 3 batters reach safely, but then Beebe got 3 straight outs and limited the damage. That stays in the attic. 3-2. This has been an excellent at-bat for Argenbright leading off this game. Ninth pitch to Argenbright. 3-2. He slaps it the other way. Johnson, the third baseman, down to one knee. He gets up, fires, and retires Argenbright by a step. Argenbright grounds out 5-3, but anytime you could lead off with a 9-pitch at bat, that's a positive outcome. That's helping the rest of your lineup. That's making the pitcher show off a lot of your arsenal. Not a lot of 9-pitch at bats. And Argenbright, although he's unable to get aboard, gives his teammates a good look as Grayson Stevens digs in and takes a ball inside. 1-0. Stevens was the Reddies' best hitter in game 1 of our 2-game set. He chops this to second. Sunday hop for Thompson, who springboards up just a touch, about 6 inches off the ground, makes the play, and retires Stevens for the second out of the inning. Argenbright, a 9-pitch at bat. Stevens, just a 2-pitch at bat. And Hunt trying to retire the Reddies in order here in the bottom of the first. UAM leads 1-0 in game 2 of our Saturday doubleheader. Strike poured in by Hunt. Inside at the knees at Mitchell Jr. 0-1 to the North Little Rock native, who went 1 for 3 in the afternoon set. That's high, goes right by the glove of Facuri, but nobody aboard and nobody hurt by what would have been either a wild pitch or a pass ball. 1-1. Mitchell Jr. waits. 2-1 now. That's one's in the dirt. So the 1-1 was up over Facuri. The 0-1 was up over Facuri. The 1-1 is in the dirt, and count goes to 2-1 as Mitchell Jr. tries to jumpstart a little 2-out rally for the Reddies in the bottom of the first. Good pitch by Hunt. Just gets the knees of Mitchell Jr. with the fastball. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Bottom of inning number 1. Monticello leads 1-0. Mitchell Jr. off the end of the bat. A slow roller down the first base line. The first baseman, Gayla Fields, beats Mitchell to the bag. And Henderson State goes down in order in the bottom of the first. UAM will hit in the second when we come back on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field, inning number 2, as we play 2 on a beautiful Saturday in Arkadelphia. Not a cloud in the sky all day long. Beautiful weekend for baseball. Henderson State trying to fight back. The Reddies fell in game 1 of a 3-game set to the visiting Bull Weevils 8-3. They'll have to win tonight. They'll have to win tomorrow to take the series for the first time since 2013. BB stays in the game at the top of the second. Starts the right fielder Muckleroy with a strike and misses inside 1-1. Make it 2-1. Muckleroy did not play in game 1. He replaces Jocko, who got the start in right earlier, as BB misses outside. 3-1. BB asks for a new Pearl and gets one from Aguilar. Braden Beebe, the Arkadelphia native, has gone 2 innings in each of his first 2 starts, serving as the opener for the Reddies, so we'll see if he does that today. 3-1 to Muckleroy. Fouled off. This will remain in play. Long run for Mitchell Jr., but he makes it. Mitchell Jr. on his horse into foul territory, stops short of the concrete wall over there down the left field line, and off the bat of Muckleroy, I thought there was no chance Mitchell Jr. was going to get there, but he kicked it into 5th gear, as we know he can do. And a big first out for Braden Beebe, who's now retired 4 straight UAM batters after allowing the first 3 batters he saw to reach base. Beebe misses with a high breaking ball. Grant Shepard, now 2-0. Takes another off-speed pitch upstairs. Shepard playing center and batting 8th for the 2nd straight game. 2-0 to Shep. That is hit hard. Deep right field. Alec Lewis looking up, and this one is gone. Grant Shepard, a solo home run to double the Monticello lead. Bull Weevils up 2-0 in the top of the 2nd. It's been the bottom of the Monticello order did a pretty good job in the later innings of game 1. Shepard and Clary drew a couple walks that led to some insurance runs for Monticello, and Shepard now 2 for 5 in the doubleheader with lots of game and game number 2 left. So Shepard doubles the lead. 2-0 Monticello on the top of the 2nd. Beebe behind 2-0 quickly to Clary, who bats 9th and plays short. He takes a strike right down Broadway, makes the count 2-1. Beebe just misses 3-1. Beebe came into this one with a 2.25 ERA. But that has already doubled 5.06 after giving up 2 runs in 1 1/3 innings. Beebe gets the fastball for a strike. 3-2 the count now on Clary. Beebe looking for the K. Not going to get it as Clary slaps it to Myers at short. Myers has a little trouble with it, but gathers in and throws out Clary by a step. That had some spin on it. Kicked up on Joe at the very last moment. Kind of handcuffed him, but Joe made a nice play for the 2nd out of the inning. Order reset. Cade Thompson digs in for the 2nd time. Thompson walked and scored the game's first run in the first. He walked, advanced to second on a single. Advanced to third on a pass ball, then scored on the single from Jordan Johnson. Check swing by Thompson, but it's a strike either way. And BB ahead 1-2. And this could be it for Braden Beebe. He's gone just 2 innings in his first 2 starts. 1-2. Again, slap to Myers, and it's through the glove as an error on the Reddies shortstop. Just didn't keep the leather down. And that was an easier play than the one he made just moments ago. Arkansas Monticello cannot afford to give the Bull Weevils any extra outs to work with, especially for a team that's been so good this season. Hitting so good earlier this afternoon, hitting with 2 outs. BB misses outside to Hopkins. Aguilar popped out of his stance. It seemed Thompson was set to take off, but he stopped short and does not attempt the steal. 1-0 to Hopkins. BB a long look in, and Hopkins finally calls time and steps out of the box. BB throws to first. Check on Thompson. Second baseman for the Bull Weevils slides in safely. Thompson has not attempted a steal this year. Check swing by Hopkins. Strike called. 1-1 the count. UAM as a team, 2 stolen bases and 2 attempts. Audie Clary has 1. Joe Jocko has 1. Thompson on first. He stays put. And Hopkins swings through the breaking ball, 1-2. UAM had 10 hits in game 1 of the doubleheader. 9 of them came with 2 outs. Thompson takes off, and he'll retreat as Hopkins fouls it off and out of play. Count remains the same at 1-2. Hopkins entered the weekend having started all 3 games Monticello played up in Alva at Northwestern Oklahoma State. Hopkins 2 for 12 at the start of the afternoon. Was 1 for 3 in game 1. Thompson takes off again. Hopkins hammers this one deep to left center field, but Mitchell Jr. makes a leaping catch to steal a hit and save a run. That was headed for extra bases, and Monticello was on their way to a 3-0 lead, but Mitchell Jr. gets some serious hang time, makes the snag. That's a web gem if I've ever seen one, and the Reddies have a little momentum, down 2-0. They'll hit in the bottom of the second when we come back. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Henderson State bats in the bottom of the second. They trail 2-0. One for UAM in the first, one in the second. As Joe Myers checks his swing, takes a strike from Arkansas Monticello's righty starter River Hunt, who retired the Reddies in order in the bottom of the first. 0-1 to Myers. That's outside, 1-1 the count. Myers 1 for 5 in game one of the doubleheader. Righty hitter waits on the 1-1. Swings and misses. Hunt pulled the string. Myers regathers, steps back into the batter's box. Hunt looking for his first K, 1-2. And that just barely tipped by Myers. May have deflected off the glove of the catcher, Fakuri. And the home plate umpire will walk out to Hunt to give the man behind the dish just a little time to regather himself. Myers trying to stay alive here, 1-2. Trying to find something he can handle against River Hunt, a guy who's had a very solid start to the season. 5 innings, 1 run against in his first start. As Myers swings through, he was blown away. And Hunt looks really sharp early. He's retired the first 4 Reddies hitters. Myers gives his bat to the man behind him, Alec Lewis. So Myers and Lewis sharing a bat as of now, but Lewis obviously looking for a different result, and he steps to the opposite side of the plate. Lewis, a lefty hitter, takes a fastball outside, 1-0. Once again, the Reddies lineup, Reddies top half of the lineup, I should say, dominated by lefty hitters. 4 of the Reddies' first 5 batters, lefties. Lewis leaves that low and inside, 2-0 for the Arkadelphia native. Lewis, one of 2 Reddies to have a multi-hit game in game 1, was 2 for 4. And this one is gathered up by the shortstop. Off the bat, that looked like that was heading up the box and into center field for a ground ball, but it caromed off the mound and kind of took a left-handed turn, or it veered to the left. That made the play for Clary a little bit easier. And 5 down in order now for the Reddies to start the game as Hunt tries to retire the side for the second straight time. Cade Tucker behind a fastball, 0-1. Tucker was 1 for 4 with an RBI in game 1. Brought home Danny Mitchell Jr. with a sacrifice fly to center field. A little chin music for Tucker as he leans out of the way, 1-1. That sac fly was the Reddies' last run. That made it 5-3. As Tucker fouls this one off and out of play. Tucker's sac fly again made it 5-3 in the bottom of the 7th. The Reddies still had 2 on after the sac fly, but could not bring home any more runs, and UAM had 3 runs in the 8th and the 9th for some insurance. As Tucker can't catch up to the high heat, River Hunt has it working today. He has retired the first 6 batters he has faced, 2 of them Ks, and UAM has all the momentum with a 2-run lead as we head to the second. It'll be a new pitcher for the Reddies as Braden Beebe's as the opener is finished. After 2 innings, Matthew Baker will take the hill for HSU when we come back. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. We enter inning number 3 here as the Reddies host the Arkansas Monticello Boll Weevils. This is game 2 of a doubleheader. Henderson State fell in game 1 8-3, and they're behind 2-0 as we start the top of the third. Jordan Johnson digs in and is hit by the first pitch from Henderson State's new hurler, Matthew Baker. Baker taking over for Braden Beebe. Beebe went 2 innings, as expected. Beebe now used as the 2-inning opener for the Reddies for the 3rd time this season. Baker has taken over for Beebe every single time now. And Baker now has Johnson on first. And will face the first baseman, Aaron Gala. Fires a strike, 0-1 now from Baker, who comes set and comes to the plate. Breaking ball stays high, 1-1. As Baker works to Gala. Inside 2-1. 2-0 ball game. UAM got 1 in the first and 1 in the second. They scored on a single from Jordan Johnson to shallow left in the first and got a solo shot from the 8-hole hitter, Grant Shepard, in inning number 2. 2-1 to Gala. Inside 3-1. Matthew Baker making his 12th appearance in the red and gray, and tough start for Baker. He hits Johnson, walks Gala on 5 pitches, and UAM has 2 on the base paths with nobody out here. Top of the third. Baker has been awfully consistent in his time at Henderson State. Had a 3.45 ERA in 2019 and a 3.48 ERA in 2020. Swing and a miss. Baker pulls the string as Dylan Borman, the UAM DH, falls behind 0-1. Borman was a strikeout victim in the top of the first. Baker, a long look in. Borman calls for time, and he gets it. Baker is making his 3rd appearance. Both, or all 3 now, relief appearances. 0-1 to Borman. Towering fly ball left field. Mitchell Jr. camped under it, and he makes an easy play. That's a lot easier than the play he made to end the 2nd inning, which was a fantastic leaping catch that saved a run off the bat of Hudson Hopkins. Tate Thompson was coming around to score if Mitchell Jr. didn't climb the ladder. As the Reddies get the first out here in the top of the third. 2 runners on for UAM as Facuri misses on the half-hearted swing. 0-1. Facuri was also a strikeout victim, just like Borman in the top of the first. 0-1, and this was foul tipped off the bat of Facuri. The runners took off. They thought it was going to be a pass ball, and Johnson, who scampered to third, and Gala, who followed him to second, returned to their respective bags. Johnson at second, Gala at first. Johnson was hit by the first pitch that Baker threw at the inception of the inning. Gala walked in just 5 pitches. Baker way ahead, looking for the K. It would be Facuri's second in as many plate appearances. Facuri gives it a half thought, keeps the bat back 1-2. Baker checks on Johnson at second. Double play ball. Myers flips to Cowart. Cowart turns. And it's picked by Stevens. A 6-4-3 tailor-made double play. The Reddies flash a little leather and are out of a jam in the top of the third. They'll hit in the bottom half when we come back on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field, bottom of the third. This is a 7-inning game, so almost at the midway point. Second half of a Saturday doubleheader. First game, 9 innings. Second game, 7 innings in the GAC. It's been 6 up, 6 down for the Reddies. As we start the bottom of the third, River Hunt has been on his game. Bryson Haskins, the Reddies center fielder, leads things off. 7-8-9 due up for the Reddies. As Haskins shows bunt, pulls the bat back. Takes a ball upstairs, 1-0. Drops it down. Going to be a tough play and no chance for Hunt. Bryson Haskins, second bunt single of the day. Had one in game 1. And that one was even better. A little bit more mustard off the bat. And he pushed it just past the landing position of Hunt. So Hunt had to regather himself, kind of turn and run back. And he never had a shot. Even if he fields that ball cleanly, he would have been wise not to make the throw. Haskins on first. Nobody out here. In the bottom of the third for the Reddies is Josh Aguilar. Leaves it down low, and it scampers away. The ball gets by Facuri. Haskins to second. And the Reddies all of a sudden have gone from having their first 6 hitters retire to having a man in scoring position in the first 3 pitches of the bottom of the third. Josh Aguilar, the Reddies lefty catcher, wiggles the bat. Slightly open stance, 1-0. Now 2-0. Aguilar, very good plate discipline. And he watches that fly by for a ball. Aguilar making his 48th start. He's got 37 walks drawn in his career. So walking 3 out of every 4 games about. That's a hefty hack from Aguilar. Comes up empty, 2-1. Aguilar, redshirt senior out of Dallas, Texas. Started his collegiate career at Louisiana Lafayette. 2-1. Aguilar leans out of the way. That wasn't that far off the plate, but it's inside. 3-1. Hitters count for Aguilar. Aguilar came out of the Reddies season opener against Southern Arkansas back on February 12th with an apparent injury to the midsection, but good to see him healthy and starting behind the plate today for HSU. Hunt checks on Haskins, and Aguilar asks for time. Hunt got into his motion, but did not fire the pitch. Aguilar back in the box. 3-1. That is high, and Aguilar works a walk on 5 pitches. So Hunt, after retiring the first 6 batters he faced, gives up the bunt single and walks Aguilar. Reddies down 2 in the bottom of the third, trying to piece it together and get to Hunt, who has been very solid early in 2021. Logan Cowart squares. Appeared to maybe be bringing the bat back on the bunt and kind of poked at it. And came up empty. Missed the bunt attempt. 0-1. Cowart, fairly upright stance. Squares to bunt much earlier this time. Brings the bat back just in time. And the count evens at 1-1. The old rule that I always heard when a pitcher was expecting the sacrifice bunt is just throw a fastball as hard as you can right at their bat and try to induce the pop-up. Cowart tries to bunt again, doesn't get it down, and it's 1-2. That's the second time today the Reddies have put on the sacrifice bunt, the second time they failed to execute. Haskins didn't get the job done in game 1, and Cowart now will most likely be a hitter with a 1-2 count. Nobody out here in the bottom of the third. Cowart leaves that one outside. 2-2. Haskins on second. Aguilar on first. This is the Reddies' first threat. These are the Reddies' first base runners of any kind. Hunt retired the first 6 batters he saw in the first and the second. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Cowart goes down on strikes. And River Hunt has his third K in 2 1/3 innings. That's been an issue for the Reddies. It really became more prominent in the latter half of game number 1, where the Reddies got runners on board, and not only could they not get him in, they couldn't move him over to try to play a little small ball. The Reddies struck out 7 times in the last 5 innings of game 1 as Argenbright sends it back up the box. It deflects off the lower body of Hunt, and Hunt can't regather it. It'll be an infield single for Argenbright. Everybody advances. Everybody is safe, and the Reddies have the bases loaded for Grayson Stevens. And you think a base hit to the outfield may tie this ball game. Haskins on third, Aguilar on second, Argenbright on first. 1 out for Stevens. Stevens takes it, and it deflects off the catcher, and we're going to have a hitter's interference. The home plate umpire just called. I'm not sure what the call was. I'm at a loss here. Reddies head coach Cody Hooten obviously disagreeing vehemently with the call, and we'll step away on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Reddies head coach Cody Hooten has been ejected, and he got his money's worth, and I can't really blame him. I've looked at the video, and I'm not sure what Grayson Stevens did wrong. It deflected off of the catcher, Ficuri, and it rolled in front of the pitcher, Hunt. And they didn't call Stevens out at the plate. They called Haskins out at third, from third, who was going to come home and score. I guess they're saying if it's interference on the batter, I'm wondering if why Stevens wasn't out, but Stevens didn't know where the ball was. He didn't move. I can't say enough to. I don't have enough information to speculate on what even the call was. Stevens remained in the batter's box, which he has a right to do. It's fouled off out of play. 1-2 now the count on Stevens, and if that call goes the Reddies' way, then Henderson State is down 2-1 with runners on second and third and one out. Instead, Haskins called out, coming home to score from third, and the Reddies have 2 on and 2 out, down 2-0 in the bottom of the third. Aguilar on second. And Argenbright on first. Stevens singles through the right side. Aguilar comes home to score. And it is a 2-1 ball game, and Henderson State now saying to themselves it should be a 3-2 ball game, because the Reddies believe if they didn't get if the wrong call hadn't been made, Haskins would have scored, both players would have moved up, and the Reddies would have just had a 2-out RBI single by Stevens. Instead, the Reddies will take one and have runners on the corners with 2 outs for Danny Mitchell Jr., trailing 2-1 in the bottom of the third. Argenbright on third. Stevens on first. So, back to the play that led to the Cody Hooten ejection. They called interference on Stevens because he didn't get out of the way, but they ruled Haskins out on third as he would have scored the run. 0-1 count. Stevens just singled, made it a 2-1 UAM lead in the bottom of the third. Danny Mitchell swings through an 0-1 fastball. 0-2 now. I don't really know what Stevens is supposed to do because he didn't know where the ball was. I don't know if it's his responsibility to get out of the batter's box. He did not intentionally interfere with that play. I think that's a really rough call against the Reddies. 0-2 to Mitchell Jr. Outside, 1-2. Hunt misses with the fastball. Rearing back, tried to find a little extra. Big spot. A lot of momentum hanging in the balance. Reddies tied with a hit. 1-2. Swing and a miss. And a lot of jawing now. Mitchell Jr. strikes out and not pleased with the way Arkansas Monticello reacted. We'll go to the fourth on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Top of the fourth, Reddies trail 2-1 to the visiting Monticello Bull Weevils. (1-0). Swung on, sent to left field. Cole Buckleroy lines out to left. Danny Mitchell Jr. barely has to move for the first out of the inning. Henderson State playing without their head coach, Cody Hooten. He was ejected in the bottom of the third, arguing a decision that went against Henderson State, obviously. The Reddies would have scored a run with a pass ball or a wild pitch, whatever you want to call it, or whatever they would have scored it, potentially. Instead, they called interference on Grayson Stevens, the hitter, and they ruled Bryson Haskins out on third base, who would have come home to score. Cody Hooten thrown out of the game, arguing the call, and that really raised the tension level here at Clydeberry Field, as Matthew Baker misses on back-to-back pitches but gets a strike and makes it 2-1 on Grant Shepard, who right now is the game-winning hit. A solo shot in the second inning that made it 2-0. The Reddies have since made it 2-1, but the Shepard homer, right now the difference in the ball game. Baker's gone 1 1/3. Walked one, but has not allowed to hit. Shepard swings through a low fastball, 3-2. Count full for Baker, who took over for Braden Beebe, who opened through 2 innings and gave up a run in each of them. 3-2. Shepard reaches out, pokes it back up the middle. Myers knocks it down and throws across the diamond, but does not have a play. Shepard beats it out easily, and Shepard is 2 for 2 in Game 2 of the doubleheader. Shepard, a really solid day now. 1 for 4. Scored a big insurance run late in Game 1, and he's the difference in Game 2. He leads off first as Audie Clary bunts foul. Not sure if he was trying to bunt for a single or sacrifice bunt with 1 out. Would be a interesting decision. 0-1. Baker, the ready righty, has been solid since taking over. Misses high. May have been slightly distracted there. He heard some calls of step off from his infield as Shepard was really bouncing around at first base, trying to be a distraction and a nuisance over there. 1-1 to Clary. Baker to the dish. Shepard takes off. It goes to Myers, and a good job by Shepard on the hit and run, because that was a tailor-made double play ball to Myers, but Shepard beats him to second to eliminate the force at second, so Myers just takes 1 for the second out of the inning. And a big spot here as Baker will try to work around an infield single as he faces Cade Thompson. Baker misses inside with a fastball, 1-0. 2 outs, top of the third. Shepard on second. He'll be running on contact, so a base hit to the outfield likely makes it 3-1. Baker to the plate. Fastball low, strike 1. So momentum seriously hanging in the balance. Henderson State would love to strand Shepard at second, get right back up at bat after scoring to make it a 1-run game in the bottom of the third. 1-1 from Baker to Thompson. Foul, out of play, and count goes to 1-2. BB struck out 2 UAM batters. Baker looking for his first K. It would be a big one. 1-2. High outside. 2-2, easy take for Thompson. Thompson walked and scored the game's opening run in the first, and then reached in the second as Joe Myers picked his glove up off the ground too quickly, and it trickled between his legs. 2-2. Another chop foul by Thompson. Count remains the same. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Grant Shepard on second base for the Boll Weevils. UAM up 2-1, top of the fourth in a 7-inning ball game. Another 2-2 from Baker. This is chopped right side. Cowart has a Sunday hop. He fields and fires, and Baker works around a 1-out infield single. Baker's been good. Henderson State down 1. They've got the mo. They'll hit in the fourth when we come back. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Tensions rising as we head to the middle inning here in our shortened 7-inning game. Second half of the doubleheader. Joe Myers swings and misses at the first pitch he sees, and the bottom of the fourth. River Hunt back on the hill for UAM, where he's been very solid. 3+ innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 1 walk, 4 Ks. Rock and fire for Hunt. Breaking ball outside, 1-1. Hunt tracking towards a very, very similar line that he had in his first start. Went 5, 4 hits, 1 earned run, 3 walks, 5 Ks. Pretty similar to what he's got going today. I'm pretty sure Arkansas Monticello would live with that, the duplication of that outing. 1-1 to Myers. Check swing. It's a strike either way on the fastball. Hunt way ahead of a 1-2. Myers struck out in the second. He was the 4th of the first 6 batters that Hunt retired. The Reddies got to Hunt with 3 hits and a run in the bottom of the third. Myers leaves that one outside. 2-2 now. Myers came into the weekend as the GAC's leading RBI man. Led the league 15 ribbies. He extended his hitting streak to 7 games in game 1 of the doubleheader with a 1-for-5 day, but his RBI streak snapped until game 1 of today's doubleheader. Myers had an RBI in every game this season, but 6 RBIs in 6 of 7 games is still pretty darn impressive. If Joe wants an RBI here, he's going to have to hit it out himself. 2-2. Hunt to the plate. Breaking ball just high. And Myers has worked the count full 3-2. Henderson State started the bottom of the third with a bunt single from Bryson Haskins. Before some controversy, the Reddies did get one. They trail 2-1. 3-2. Myers fights off an inside fastball. Stays alive. Myers not only led the GAC with 15 ribbies coming into the weekend, he also was tied for the league with 10 runs scored. Second in the GAC in homers, third in on-base percentage, fourth in slugging, fifth in average. So, first 2 weekends of the season, Myers was as good as anybody. 3-2. Myers works the walk. A great at-bat for Joe Myers. And Henderson State's dugout is going crazy right now. You can hear them from up here. They are fired up. A good at-bat from Joe Myers. He scampers to first. And the Reddies have their leadoff man on for the second straight inning. Alec Lewis digs in. Lewis grounded out to short for the second out of the second inning. Lewis takes that one inside. That almost hit him. It was a good play by Monticello's catcher, Nick Facuri, to keep that in front. Really had to jab at that ball to not let it roll to the backstop, which would have sent Myers to second. Reddies down 2-1, bottom 4. Myers on first, nobody out. 1-0 count to Lewis. Lewis just missed it. Fouled back into the netting behind home plate. Lewis got off to a video game-like start for the Reddies last year. Obviously, a COVID-shortened season, but Lewis batted .476, had 20 RBIs in 13 starts. 1-1. Breaking ball. Just misses. 2-1. Lewis, last year, 20 hits and 42 at-bats, 3 doubles, 6 homers, 20 RBIs, 8 walks. Just, I can't even do that on MLB The Show. Alec Lewis looking for a big base hit here. Fouls it off and out of play. 2-2 the count. Lewis not quite putting up those type of numbers this season, but that would be, I don't think anybody expected him to do so. Lewis still a really nice start to the year. Coming into the weekend, had started all 6 games for the Reddies, batting .421. 8 hits and 19 at-bats. Big 2-2 pitch coming up from River Hunt. The righty Hunt to the lefty Lewis. That's upstairs. Ball 3. Hunt went to the same pitch, same location, on the same count to Myers. Missed just above the belt with the breaking ball. To Myers, misses same spot. To Lewis, and it's to a full count. Myers takes off. Foul ball. Myers will have to go back to first as he exchanges some pleasantries with the UAM shortstop. Myers playing short for the Reddies, so both shortstops, little nice interaction, some smiles. Good to see some laughter. Tensions rose a little bit at the end of the third inning. Obviously, tensions are going to be high anytime these two teams meet. Another 3-2. Myers stays put this time, and Lewis works a walk. Henderson State draws back-to-back walks to start the bottom of the 4th, and we will have a mound visit as UAM's John Harvey will talk to River Hunt. We'll step away for a break on the Henderson State Sports Network. back in action. Reddies have drawn back-to-back walks to start the bottom of the fourth. Nobody out. Cade Tucker bats. Swings to the first pitch. Slow roller. Could be two. Clary flips to Thompson. Goes to first. And they call Tucker out. And that is not what the doctor ordered. UAM turns to 6-4-3 double play. The Reddies put runners on first and second with nobody out. The very next pitch, UAM takes two off the board. And now Haskins needs a base hit to tie this ball game. First pitch to Haskins. Fastball high, ball one. Haskins with a bunt single to the left side of the mound in his first plate appearance. Swings through what would have been ball two, 1-1. Haskins went 1 for 5 in game one, and his one hit was also a bunt single. So Haskins with 2 hits today, neither of which have traveled more than 40 feet. 1-1. Check, swing, strike called. UAM 1 pitch away from getting out of a jam. Henderson State has stranded a lot of guys today. In danger of stranding one more after putting 2 on with nobody out here. The bottom of the fourth. 1-2. Hunt looking for his 5th strikeout. Gets the call. Haskins goes down looking. We go to the 5th. Henderson State unable to take advantage. They trail 2-1 on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. 5th inning of our 7-inning game this weekend. 3 games set between the Reddies and the Bull Weevils. 2 9-inning games, 1 7-inning games. This the short end of the straw. And this the back half of a Saturday doubleheader. As Matthew Baker remains on the hill for the Reddies, he'll face Hudson Hopkins, who's had a really solid day with the bat in his hand. Hopkins 1 for 2 in game 2 after going 1 for 3 with 3 walks, 2 runs, and 2 ribbies in game 1. So Hopkins exercising some excellent plate discipline today. 1-1. Hopkins checks swing right back to the pitcher Baker, who fields and runs all the way over to first for a soft flip to Stevens for the first out of the inning. Baker has been very, very solid. This game was in trouble of. This game was. I guess I should say the Reddies were close to kind of letting this game get away from them. It seemed like UAM had scored 1 in the first and second. They scored 2 runs in the 7th and the 8th inning of the first game of the doubleheader and one more in the ninth. So UAM had scored runs in 5 straight innings, getting back to game number 1 as Jordan Johnson lines out to the second baseman, Logan Cowart. That's a tough play for Cowart. That had a lot of dip, a lot of movement. But quickly the second out. So UAM had scored runs in 5 straight innings, and Baker's come in and really stopped the bleeding for the Reddies. He took over for Braden Beebe, who didn't have his best stuff. Baker has gone 2 2/3 now, just 1 hit, 1 walk. Hasn't struck out a batter, but has leaned on his defense well, and now fires a strike on the outside corner to the first baseman for UAM, Aaron Gala. Gala 0 for 1, lined out in the first, walked in the third, 0-1. Check swing. Gala went around, and Baker 1 pitch away from a lightning quick top of the 5th. As he looks to retire the Boll Weevils in order. 0-2. Swing and a miss. What an inning by Matthew Baker, and he's got a little glare for the UAM dugout as he walks off the field. He is fired up, but Baker needs his lineup to back him up. Henderson State still trailing by 1. River Hunt's turn to go out and show what he's got. It's been a nice duel between Hunt and Baker in the last few innings. We'll see which pitcher blinks first when we come back on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Henderson State down 2-1. Matthew Baker has kept the Reddies in it. Baker has been dealing for the Reddies, but so has River Hunt for the Boll Weevils. Hunt, in his 5th inning of work, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 3 walks, 5 Ks, and he gets Aguilar to chase what would have been ball 1. Instead 0-1 to the Reddies catcher out of the Lone Star State, Dallas native. That's in the dirt. Aguilar, a better decision, 1-1. Aguilar walked in the 3rd and has scored the only Reddies run in Game 2 of our Saturday doubleheader. Hunt to the plate. Aguilar fouls it off. Confused. 1-2. Hunt in front looking for his 6th K. He gets it. Aguilar waves and misses. Aguilar hustles down the first base line, but no chance as Fakuri runs into fair territory to get the angle and throws out Aguilar for the first out of the bottom of the 5th inning. It'll bring up Logan Cowart, who struck out in the 3rd. Not a great at-bat for Cowart in inning number 3. Tried to get the button down when is unable to do so, and then struck out. Cowart did not swing. They say home plate umpire checks with our secondary umpire on the first baseline right now. Cowart with a 45%er, 1-0. 2-0. Hunt just misses with a fastball off the plate. like I said, Hunt has had 2 back-to-back solid starts now. His second start tonight looking very similar to his first outing this past weekend. Hunt, against Northwestern Oklahoma State, did not get a decision. He went 5 innings, gave up 4 hits, 1 earned run, 3 walks, and 5 Ks. Tonight, like I said, fairly similar. 4 1/3, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 3 walks, and 6 Ks. So those are pretty comparable. 3-0 to Cowart. He walked him on 4 pitches. And the Reddies will take that. Cowart with a tough at-bat in his first plate appearance, but the 9-hole hitter walks on 4 pitches. Hunt makes a mistake, and the Reddies lineup resets with Caden Argenbright, who got his first hit of the day, not just in this game, but in game number 1 as well, combined. Singled right back up the box. It deflected off of Hunt, and he couldn't make a play on it. So Argenbright 1 for 2. He bats with 1 out and 1 on as the throw goes down to first, as Cowart got a little too far off the bag with a secondary lead, but he is back into the base safely. That first pitch from Hunt misses 1-0, so 5 straight balls from Hunt after he struck out Aguilar on 4 pitches. Cowart with a solid lead, and Argenbright swings through a fastball. This next pitch will be number 80 for Hunt, so 79 so far. He's thrown 45 strikes. Now it's 46 strikes in 80 pitches, 57.5% strike percentage as Argenbright fouls it off and out of play. Argenbright, freshman out of Sulphur Springs, Texas, leading off, playing third for the Reddies. A lot of responsibility for the freshman. 1-2, 1 out. Reddies down 1, Cowart on first. Argenbright stays alive. Grounds it, pounds it, foul down the first base line. Count stays the same, 1-2. Argenbright started 16 games last season for the Reddies and had a fantastic first third of a freshman season before the year was cut short by COVID. Batted .355. 1-2. Argenbright stays alive. Another foul ball. Argenbright coming into the Saturday doubleheader, batting .409. Started all 6 games for the Reddies. 9 hits and 22 at-bats. Also scored 8 runs. 4 doubles, 4 ribbies, 3 walks, just 1 strikeout. Another 1-2. And this is a K. That's Hunt's 7th. Second of the inning. Aguilar goes down swinging, and Argenbright falls victim as well. Argenbright fouled off a handful of pitches and stayed alive, but just couldn't get anything he could handle. And River Hunt continues to roll. 7th strikeout in 4 2/3 innings for Hunt, as Grayson Stevens digs in. Cowart on first. 2 outs. Bottom of the 5th. Reddies down by 1. UAM trying to secure the series victory. They won 8-3 in Game 1 of today's doubleheader. These teams will play one more. First pitch at 1 p.m. tomorrow on Sunday. 1-0 to Stevens. And this gets through the wickets of Fukiri. And the Henderson State crowd now hollering at the umpire, giving him a little grief for a very controversial call that he ruled against the Reddies earlier this evening. That was back in the 3rd inning, where the ball appeared to deflect off Nick Fakuri's chest and roll back into fair territory. The home plate umpire said that Grayson Stevens did not get out of the way in a proper fashion, so he called Bryson Haskins out, who would have scored coming home from third. In that situation, the Reddies had the bases loaded with nobody outs. That would have made it a 2-1 ball game. Stevens singled moments later, and if Haskins had not been ruled out, the Reddies would have at least tied the game or taken the lead potentially. So that call may make all the difference tonight. Cowart on second. 2-0 count to Stevens. 2 outs. Stevens fouls off the hitter's count. 2-1. The Reddies trying to make River Hunt pay for walking the 9-hitter Logan Cowart on 4 pitches. Cowart will be taken off on contact. Contact here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. Cowart runs well. Base hit to the outfield. Most likely ties this game. 2-1. Stevens swings through. Strike 2. Hunt got him off balance. A little off speed action there. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. UAM leads 2-1. In the bottom of the 5th, again, Cowart, healthy leadoff second. The Reddies looking to tie it with Stevens. Hunt looking for his 8th K. Stevens stays alive, out of play. Stevens 1 for 2 in game 2 of the doubleheader. He was 2 for 4 in game 1, so 3 hits for Stevens. That's the most by any Reddy across the 2 games. 2-2. Stevens swings and misses. Hunt strikes out 3 batters in the bottom of the 5th, works around a 4-pitch walk to the 9-hole hitter Cowart, and the Reddies now, as a team, have gone down 8 times in game 2 after striking out 9 times in game 1. UAM's River Hunt has had it working, goes back to Baker, who will try to keep it a 1-run game. We'll go to the 6th on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Still a 1-run ball game. Neither team scoring in the last 2 innings. UAM got one in the first, one in the second. Reddies got one back in the 3rd. Both teams scoreless in the 4th and the 5th. As we play the top of the 6th with Dylan Borman leading off for Arkansas Monticello. He lifts this one high into the air. Mitchell Jr. ranges 15 feet closer to the left field line and makes a routine play for the first out of the inning. 1 pitch, 1 out for Baker here in the top of the 6th. Baker has really worked efficiently in the last few innings now. UAM's catcher, Nick Fakuri, bats. Takes a ball outside. And a strike. Evens the count, 1 ball and 1 strike, 1 out. Curie swings and misses. Baker up and ahead 1-2 now. Baker has struck out 1 and 3 1/3, looking for number 2. Not this time. Baker has done the best job of any Reddies pitcher today of not walking batters, and that's kind of his MO. He does not offer a lot of free passes. 2-2 to Curie. Just missed inside. Count now full. Strike 3. Curie threw the bat, was going down to first, and he gets rung up. And I am very happy they called a strike 3 because I did not want to jinx Matthew Baker just after saying he does not walk many batters. So that's the first time I will say thank you to the home plate umpire tonight, because had some big call went against the Reddies earlier back in the 3rd inning as Baker starts McElroy off with a strike. And just to back up my claim that Baker doesn't offer a lot of walks as he misses outside 1-1. Baker just averaging 2.3 walks per every 9 innings in his career at Henderson State. So they're facts and figures as Baker misses outside 2-1. Baker in 2019, a walk every 1.7 innings, which was his low water mark in that category. 2-1 to McElroy. Swing and a miss. Baker entered the day with a 2.53 ERA. It's dipped below 2. Looking to end the inning with his 3rd K. Doesn't get the call. That's 3-2 now. Last 2 UAM hitters have worked it full. McElroy 0 for 2. Both times he sent it out to left field. 3-2. He's late, but he stays alive off the netting behind home plate. It's been a very well-pitched game. UAM, 2 runs on 4 hits. The Reddies, 1 run on 3 hits. It's been a duel between Baker and Hunt. Baker, 3-2. Strike 3 looking! And another mean mug from Baker to the UAM bench. He struts off the field after striking out back-to-back batters on 3-2 counts. But Henderson State still needs more with the bat in hand. It's a 2-1 UAM lead. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. The pitcher's duel between Matthew Baker and River Hunt continues. It is Hunt's turn. To take the Pearl and get back on the rubber. Hunt, this next pitch will be his 90th, so he's thrown 89. 53 of them have been strikes. First pitch to Mitchell Jr. Mitchell Jr. turns out of the way, takes the ball inside. 1-0. Mitchell Jr. swings through the fastball. 1-1. Mitchell Jr. 0 for 2 in game 2. 1 for 3 with a run scored and 2 walks in game 1. 1-1. Mitchell Jr. thought about the bunt. Pulls it back as Hunt misses high upstairs. 2-1. Hunt in the windup. Hammered by Mitchell Jr. A frozen rope into left field. That's a line drive single for Mitchell Jr. And the Reddies continue to put pressure on Hunt early in the inning. But the Reddies have not gotten the big inning they've been searching for all day. The Reddies have scored 4 runs now, as we're in the latter half of our Saturday doubleheader, and the Reddies have not scored more than 1 run in any inning. Myers leaves an off-speed pitch outside, 1-0. The Reddies scored in the first. Scored in the third. UAM scored in the first and the second. Scored in the third with a Stevens single through the right side that scored Aguilar. That's the only run of game number 2 here today. 1-0. Joe Myers, a 3/4 swing. Strike 1. Mitchell Jr., if there's one guy you're going to send and try to swipe a bag, it's probably him. 28 stolen bases in his career at Henderson State in 73 games. So about 40% of games he plays, he swipes a bag. 1-1. 1-2, Myers fouls it back. The Reddies led off the 4th with 2 straight walks. Myers and Lewis walked, but Tucker grounded into a double play and Haskins struck out looking. The Reddies got Logan Cowart to second in the 5th, but Stevens struck out swinging. So Hunt has worked around some trouble in the last 3 innings as the Reddies did score in the 3rd. 1-2, Myers asks for time and steps out. Hunt lets it go, the eephus pitch, but obviously it won't count. Second time today, Myers has asked for some time just in time. Sometimes you'll ask for time, it won't be awarded, and you'll step out and give the pitcher what is a free strike if he hits the zone. Here's the 1-2. Popped up, out of play. Hunt for UAM. 5+ innings, 4 hits, 1 earned. 4 walks, 8 Ks. So he's lost the zone a few times, but he's had great stuff since the inception. 1-2, 2-2. Inside, Myers really battling. Myers struck out in the 2nd. Poor at bat, but came back in the 4th, got down in the count and fought a handful of pitches off, worked the count and worked a walk. It was a really, really impressive at bat for Joe Myers as he waits on the 2-2 and takes it inside. 3-2. This would be a big battle for Myers to win. It would bring up Alec Lewis, who waits on deck, who would send the tying run into scoring position and would put the winning run on first. Or the leading run, I should say. Can't win it in the 6th. 3-2. Myers fouls it off the hands. Good battle by Myers. Myers by far the most tenured Reddy. And that was Hunt's 100th pitch. So Hunt has been good. He's been great. 5+ innings, only 1 earned run against him and 8 strikeouts. But the Reddies have made him work. Big pitch here. Another 3-2 to Myers. Another foul ball. Myers continues to battle. Henderson State needs to win this game if they want to have a chance of winning the series. UAM won game 1 8-3. If they hold on and win game 2, they win the series, and they deny Henderson State of winning the series since 2013. Another 3-2 to Myers. It hit him. Myers will go to first. A little bit painfully, but he will wear it, and he will take it. There's one thing about Joe Myers. He knows how to wear a pitch. That's the 36th time Myers has been hit by a pitch in his career at Henderson State, and we're going to have a mound visit as John Harvey wants to talk it over with his pitcher, River Hunt. This could be it for Hunt, who's over 100 pitches now and has allowed both base runners for the Reddies to reach at the start of the bottom of the sixth. We'll take a break on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Bottom of the sixth inning in our short straw game of the weekend. This one only 7 innings. The back end of our 2-biller. These two teams played a 9-inning game earlier today. A 7-inning game. In the bottom of the sixth, the Reddies down 2-1. Got 2 on base. Mitchell Jr. on second. Joe Myers on first. Mitchell Jr. slapped a single to left field. Myers was hit by a pitch on a 3-2 count. That brings up Alec Lewis, who will face a new pitcher. UAM removes River Hunt and brings in Colby Adkins, who induces the pop-up to right field, and Alec Lewis swings and is retired on the first pitch by Adkins. Lewis very frustrated with himself. He thinks he missed that one. Adkins quickly out of the bullpen into relief and has one of the 3 outs he needs to get out of trouble. Cade Tucker swings through a fastball, 0-1. Adkins pitched once in UAM's 3-game set at Northwestern Oklahoma State last weekend. Gave up 2 earned runs on 3 hits and 1 1/3. 0-1. Tucker fouls it off, and Adkins is ahead 0-2. The Reddies finally chased Hunt, who was very solid but he is responsible for the runners on base. 0-2 to Tucker. Tucker pulls the bat back. 1-2 the count. Hunt went 5 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run against him, 4 walks, 8 Ks. Another 1-2. Tucker strikes out. Tough one for Tucker in game 2 today. Struck out in the 2nd, grounded into a double play in the 4th, and strikes out here in the 6th. And Colby Atkins has come out of the bullpen and thrown cold water on the Reddies. Henderson State put 2 on with nobody out here in the bottom of the 6th in a 1-run ball game. So they put the game-tying run in scoring position, and the run that would put them in front on first. But a pop-up and a strikeout, and now they'll need a hit from Bryson Haskins if they want to tie this ball game. Atkins paints the black on the outside half. 0-1. Missed outside, 1-1. So Atkins struggled in his first appearance this season. 13.50 ERA coming in, and obviously an extremely small sample size, but he looks like he's got his A+ stuff right now as Haskins swings through a ball in the dirt. And Colby Atkins has come into this game, and if he gets Haskins out here, it's going to take him less than 10 pitches to come in and get out of a jam where he took on runners on first and second with nobody out. Haskins, 1-2. Fastball above the belt, 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes and 2 outs. Reddies down 2-1, bottom of the 6th. The Reddies need a comeback victory tonight if they want to take the series tomorrow. Haskins swings and misses. UAM looks for insurance when we come back in the 7th. Henderson State leaving opportunities by the wayside all day today. Can't do that against a team like UAM, who lead 2-1. We'll go to the 7th on the Henderson State Sports Network. Matthew Baker back on the hill as we start the 7th inning here at Clydeberry. 7th inning, effectively the 9th in our 7-inning game to end the Saturday doubleheader. Baker induces a soft ground ball off the bat. Grant Shepard back to the pitcher. Baker fields and flips to first for the first out of the inning. Baker, you cannot overstate how good he has been. Baker took over for Beebe in the top of the 3rd. He hit the first batter he saw on the first pitch he threw, then walked Gala. Since then, Baker
has allowed 1 hit, the only base runner. Baker has been a stud for the Reddies. And a line drive caught by a leaping Joe Myers as Baker using his defense now. Clary lines out, and Baker after setting down UAM in order in the 6th and the 5th, looking to work 3 straight 1, 2, 3 innings, which, I mean, you don't see that in college baseball. You barely see that in the majors. That is, to retire 9 guys in a row like that is, with the potential to do so, is really impressive. Baker has been nothing short of remarkable for the Reddies today. His ERA down to sub 1.8 territory. He has been the Reddies' best starter this year, and he gets a strike called on Kate Thompson as Thompson thought he had a 4-pitch walk. Baker 4 2/3, 1 hit, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. 3-1. 3-2 off the end of the bat foul. Baker's a guy that I don't know if he was really recognized as a guy that was given enough credit. 2019 was cut short of injury. 2020 was cut short by everybody, but Baker's been really, really impressive on the hill. 3-2 outside, lost Thompson, and that's the first base runner for UAM in quite some time now. First base runner for the Boll Weevils since Grant Shepard singled with 1 out in the 4th. So Baker has done everything he possibly can to keep the Reddies in it, but the Henderson State offense just has not come up with the clutch hits that they've needed. Baker pours in a fastball. That's at the knees of Hopkins, and that's a strike. Hopkins has had a good one. Good Saturday afternoon for Hudson Hopkins. Thompson takes off, throw down to second. Not in time. It gets past Cowart into the outfield, but Hopkins is called out at home. And interference now whistled on both teams in this game. The Reddies had a run taken off the board in the 3rd for interference in the batter's box on Grayson Stevens, and Hopkins ruled out after Thompson stole second, or was on his way to stealing second. That'll be the 3rd out of the inning, and Henderson State is down to their last 3 outs. They trailed by 5 heading into their last licks in the 1st, so their hill not as steep to climb this time, but they will have to face Colby Atkins, who had impressive stuff in the bottom of the 6th, replacing River Hunt. We'll come back in just a few moments on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Reddies down to their final 3 outs. They've got to make something happen, or this series will belong to the UAM Boll Weevils. One quick note, Andrew Perino behind the dish for UAM. Colby Atkins on the hill for the Boll Weevils. Atkins looking for the save. It would be a 6-out save, and the win would be given to River Hunt. The loss in line to go to the Reddies opener, Braden Beebe, who went 2 innings before being replaced by Matthew Baker, who has been nothing short of remarkable. Aguilar, 1-0 count, now 2-0. Took the first pitch outside, takes the second inside. Now a hitter's count for Josh Aguilar. If Aguilar reaches, I would imagine the Reddies will pinch run for him and have Alex Day catch if it goes to extras. That's a fastball for a strike by Atkins. Aguilar will hit. It seems, though, that Cowart, who's on deck in the lineup, will not. Daniel Colasanto seems to be waiting on deck in a pinch hitting situation. Aguilar takes the fastball outside, 3-1. And it might be Jake Dunn time if Aguilar can reach. Jake Dunn, often the pinch runner used in these sorts of situations for the Reddies, but Aguilar's got to get on base first. A strike called. Good location by Atkins. A good take by Aguilar. Had a strike to work with. A strike to give. Got to be perfect on a 3-1. Goes to 3-2. Now Aguilar will be a hitter. Fouls it out of play. Ball game. 3-2 count. 2-1 ball game. Ball 4. UAM wanted that call. The dugout hollering for strike 3. Now the umpire having words with the UAM dugout after Cody Hooten, the Reddies head coach, was ejected back in the 3rd inning. Tensions have been high all game long as some lights kind of flickering in the outfield there. Those are the tennis lights behind the Clydeberry Field being turned on. Interesting time to play tennis. 7:40 on a Saturday night. That'll be interesting to see if that affects the batter's view as the lighting has changed, obviously, in the ballpark. Just ever so slightly. 0-1 to Colasanto. Now 0-2, breaking ball. Clips the outside corner, 0-2. Like I said, Dunn on first, pitch running for Aguilar. Aguilar will not catch an extras if we get there. Colasanto chops it back up the middle. It's off the glove of the pitcher, and Colasanto is safe. Atkins unable to make the backhanded play. Rule that one an error. I don't think Daniel Colasanto cares very much. He will also be pinch run for as Cameron Whitmore will head to first. So the Reddies put speed on the base paths. Henderson State has a pinch runner Dunn on second, has a pinch runner Whitmore on first. Dunn represents the game tying run, Whitmore obviously the game winning run. And the lineup resets as Caden Argenbright will dig in after a mound visit. John Harvey talking it over with Colby Atkins, who came in last inning and was exquisite, getting out of a jam after Ripper Hunt allowed a single to Mitchell Jr. and hit Myers with a pitch. The Reddies had 2 on and nobody out in the 6th. Couldn't score as Atkins came in, induced a pop-up, and struck out 2 to end the inning. Caden Argenbright squares to bunt, pulls the bat back, and brings it back in time. 1-0 the count. Game-tying run on second, represented by Dunn. Game-winning run on first, represented by Whitmore. Argenbright squares again. Offers at it. Foul tipped into the glove of the catcher, Perino. Count goes to 1-1. The Reddies have left a lot of runners stranded today. Can't afford to do that with 3 outs to work with in the bottom of the 7th. 1-1 to Argenbright. He squares again. Pulls it back. Strike called. That's the 3rd time the Reddies have put on the sacrifice bunt, and the 3rd time they've been unsuccessful. Argenbright still with a chance to be a hitter, though. And you'll take your chances with this kid every time. The freshman 1-2. Stays alive. That's out of play. Foul down the left field line. The Reddies started the bottom of the fourth with 2 runners on and nobody out. Didn't score. Started the sixth, 2 runners on, nobody out. Didn't score. They've started the seventh, 2 runners out. They need to score. 2 runners on. They need to score. Argenbright hammers it back to the pitcher. Atkins turns down the play at third, turns down the play at second, and goes to first, and his infielders are looking at him incredulously. His shortstop, Clary, has got his arms out saying, why don't you come to second base for the double play? And Argenbright, luckily, essentially just did the exact same thing as the sacrifice bunt, moves the runners over, and now Grayson Stevens will have a chance to tie or win this game with a base hit. Argenbright hit it square, hit it right back to the box, and Atkins turns down the opportunity to get a double play. 1 out, runners on second and third for the Reddies, bottom of the seventh. High and outside, Stevens takes the ball, 1-0. A massive, massive, massive opportunity for the Reddies, and time is called as Grayson Stevens will be intentionally walked. The force is back on at home, third, second, and obviously first. A force at every base now as Mitchell Jr. will hit. And if you're Mitchell Jr., that is some extra. That is some extra fuel for the fire. Obviously, whenever you're brought up to hit and they walk the batter in front of you, you want to make him pay for it. Mitchell Jr. will have the opportunity. Bases loaded. First pitch to Mitchell Jr. Swings and misses. 0-1. Reddies again. They put runners on with nobody out in the sixth. Mitchell Jr. fouls it back. They put 2 runners on in the fourth with nobody out. They didn't score in either opportunity. They need to score here to have a chance to extend this game and keep the series alive and take the series from Monticello for the first time since 2013. 0-2 to Mitchell Jr. Just got to put one in play. He strikes out on 3 pitches. The Reddies are down to their final out. And it'll come down to Joe Myers. Joe, who does not have a hit today, but has walked twice, or has walked and been hit by a pitch. But on the pitch he was hit by, it was a 3-2 count, so whether he's hit by it or he got out of the way, he would have gotten a free pass down to first. Reddies tie it with a hit. They could win it too. Myers takes a strike. 0-1. Dunn on third, Whitmore on second, Stevens on first. Atkins trying to close it out, slam the door for the Boll Weevils. 0-1 to Myers. Swing and a miss. 0-2 to Myers. The Reddies down to their final strike. UAM's dugout ready to explode. Myers 2 for 2 with the bases loaded this year. 0-2. Off the plate, 1-2. Myers has been way behind in the count on both times he's reached. He has battled big time today. The Reddies will need him to do it again. 1-2. Strike 3 looking. UAM wins it. The Reddies go down 2-1. Arkansas Monticello takes the series. These teams will play at 1 p.m. on Sunday. And the Reddies take the ball in a tough one. Henderson State's inability to score and hit the ball in clutch situations cost them big time. Henderson State had
2 runners aboard with nobody out in the 4th. They had 2 runners aboard with nobody out in the 6th. They had 2 runners aboard with nobody out in the 7th. Didn't score in each of those innings. And they go down 2-1. Matthew Baker with a fantastic outing for Henderson State. But the lineup just didn't do enough for Baker. The win will go to River Hunt. He moves to 1-0. Colby Adkins gets the save. And the loss charged to Braden Beebe, who went 2 innings, gave up 3 hits, 2 runs, both of them earned, 1 walk, 2 Ks for Beebe. Baker was outstanding. 5 innings, 1 hit, 2 walks, 3 Ks for Baker, but the Reddies fall 8-3 in Game 1, 2-1 in Game 2. UAM takes the series. These teams will play one more tomorrow at 1 p.m. on Sunday. Thank you to everybody who helped put this broadcast together. Thanks for listening. I'm Cyrus Wittig. This has been a presentation of Reddies Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network.